Hi, everyone. Hello, Salt Lake City. Welcome to our City Council work session for March 4th, 2025. Our first item on the agenda is an informational update from the administration, and we have Weston Clark and Andrew Johnston here to join us today. Good to see you both.
Hello, good to see you as well. Let's go ahead and go to the first slide, which of course is our reminder of the feedback page where we try to collect all of the items that the community can provide feedback on into one place. So we encourage everyone to go there regularly if you'd like to engage. Next slide. Starting with some new planning-related engagement items. The Avenues and Capitol Hill Community Plan is a comprehensive update to both the Avenues and Capitol Hill Community Plans, which will be done congruently. This is anticipated to go through the end of the calendar year with a plan of coming to the council at the end of 2025 or early 2026. The project is also being coordinated with a class at the College of Architecture and Planning at the University of Utah, and the Planning Division is working on existing conditions analysis right now. All of these will have engagement opportunities upcoming, so keep in touch on that feedback page if you're interested. The Rio Grande District Downtown Plan and Zoning Map Amendment is the petition to update the downtown plan and zoning for properties owned by the CRA. This includes the CRA-owned properties between 200 South and 400 South, and from the UTA property on 600 West to 400 South. The adaptive reuse, as adaptive reuse applications have started to come in, the planning team has identified an incentive that was unintentionally left off. So the missing incentive is to allow for staff level approvals of projects using the incentives if the proposal also requires design review. This is similar to the process being used for the affordable housing incentives. The original intent was for the incentives to match so that they could be more easily understood by the community. The public engagement process on that is open until March 31st. The text amendment related to fence height modifies fence regulations along side lot lines and rear yards and modifies fence height regulations in manufacturing zones. Public engagement is open on that until April 17th. The Northwest Community Plan update is anticipated to be a 12-month process, with the initial kickoff reviewing the existing conditions report and issue identification that will lead to collaborating with the community on appropriate land use policies and address land use needs and future growth. The Planning Division has scheduled the first public engagement events to kick this off, Thursday, March 13th from 5:30 to 7:30 at Dave Riverside Library, and Wednesday, March 19th from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Northwest Community Center. And then soon heading to the Planning Commission, we have the RMF 35, RMF 45 multifamily merger. That should be in front of the Planning Commission on March 12th, and possibly doing a follow-up public hearing in April before being transmitted to the council. The separating residential zones from high impact land use project concludes its public engagement today and will be sent to the Planning Commission, but a date has not yet been scheduled for that, but it will be soon. Next slide. Tonight you will be hearing at 7 p.m. a public hearing for the city's 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan, which details the city's goals and objectives to guide the expenditure of federal HUD dollars. Those proposed goals and objectives can be found on the Housing Stability website, accessed through the feedback page. Public comment will be taken on this through March 25th at 5 p.m. There will be a first funding briefing on March 18th and then a second funding briefing on March 25th. Final recommendations are expected from the council by April 15th and then submitted to HUD by May 15th. And then finally from the Public Lands Department, we have Fairmont Park improvements. We are setting to undergo some significant enhancements there at Fairmont. This project focuses on beautifying the park's north end, implementing safety improvements throughout the park, a new public art installation, and upgrading the existing half-court basketball area to a full-court facility. On Thursday, March 6th, from 4 to 7 p.m., community members are invited to join the design team at the Forestdale Golf Course Clubhouse to share experiences, values, and vision of Fairmont Park. The survey is also open for people to share their insights through you can access that through the feedback page. And then the last slide for me, next one, for the mayor's office. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get the community office hours all solidified for today, but we'll get them posted to our website very soon. So community members looking to engage with the mayor's office, can check out the mayor's webpage, and and we'll have those posted by the end of next week. The Love Your Block team has 16 projects that are just getting underway. The implementation phase has started, and they have some projects being scheduled for this month. So those will be very exciting, and we encourage anyone to come and help volunteer for those projects. And then finally, coming in April, SLC Corps in the mayor's office has been coordinating with Public Lands to do an Earth Day event again. I think this is the third year we've done that, and that is being planned for April 19th, and we will bring details probably at our April update. That's it for me.
Next slide, please. Homeless Resource Center utilization is at capacity. However, I will say there's a caveat to that this week. There has been an additional availability at the West Valley Center, which is focused on single adults and couples. So there is some capacity there if people are interested in going in, though the weather has warmed up a little bit recently. EIM's encampment impact mitigation work is scheduled this week for Victory Road. However, as usual, in the springtime, conditions can be pretty muddy and difficult up there depending on how much precipitation we get today and tomorrow. So that's always subject to changes based on what they see when they get there. And then the Jordan River Trail will be a focus of the rapid intervention team, particularly Backman to Day Riverside, and then 7th to 13th South, along with Guadalupe into the Central Creek area of the city. City Creek area, excuse me. We have our indoor resource fair on the 14th at the Salt Lake City Rescue Mission. This is generally for folks who are staying there. And then the outreach court is on the 7th of March, and that's 9 a.m. at DWS near the Geraldine Resource Center on 2nd East and about 7th South. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Any other questions?
Anyone? Councilmember Petro.
The area immediately south of 500, close to Cottonwood Park, continues to not just be plagued with homelessness, but open air drug using. My neighbors have now taken to documenting it and posting it online, so it's verified. And this might be a better conversation for the incoming police chief, but if we could give attention to that area too. I understand you're spread thin, and Backman definitely deserves it, but thank you.
Yeah, we with the Chief Red coming in, or a proposal coming in today, that's first on our list to talk to him about. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Looks like there are no other questions. Thank you for being here. Okay, next on the agenda is the mayor's recommended one-year action plan for community development block grants and other federal grants for fiscal year 2025-26.
Hi, Council. I think, okay, Keith, are you in charge of the screen? Scott, you're in charge of it? Okay, I'll cue you. Actually, I grabbed the wrong folder. Please hold. Two blue folders. Thank you for your patience. And I don't know if I was the only one in the audience, but it's kind of hard to hear council members, maybe because the HVAC is on. So I'm going to try to speak clearly. Thank you for giving me a moment to present. We're not going to get into the deep details, but we're handing it over to you today, as we annually do. This is my 6th time getting to present my recommendations to you for our HUD Community Development Grant funding. And this year, my recommendations coincide with an evolving situation in America. Changes to policy guidance on all federal grant and loan programs, funding amounts, and program operations, including our city's HUD funding. My administration will continue, of course, to work with you and council staff to review the changing policies, make sure that we are adhering to those policies at all times, and to evaluate their potential impact on our city residents. But as of now, the city's HUD entitlements and HUD competitive grants have not been impacted yet. However, we understand that the city's FY26 HUD award will most likely be delayed, pending approval of the federal budget and directions from HUD. City staff will review the latest information from HUD as the council works through your process and your upcoming HUD review and recommendations. And of course, we're going to continue to provide all updated information available to the council as it becomes known to us. The city's annual allocation from HUD is an opportunity for us to provide direct services. The only direct line of federal funding to cities are these monies, and they are desperately in need by our residents who are low to moderate income, vulnerable, and historically underserved populations and neighborhoods. The HUD funding that the city will receive this year for FY 25-26 includes CDBG, ESG, Home, and HOPWA. The following recommendations advance many of the city's goals that will soon be listed in our new 5-year consolidated plan with HUD, and that will be approved soon. If you can go to the next slide. These are the goals, the draft goals and strategies that are in that 5-year consolidated plan: affordable housing, homeless services, community services, transportation, business, and workforce development and environmental remediation. The city's going to be approving our next HUD 5-year consolidated plan for 2025 through 2029, of which council has been an integral part of developing that plan, and we thank you for that. This year, recommendations that you're seeing in your detailed list, and the public can find, of course, on your agenda, include programs like Housing Stability's Neighborhood Business Improvement Program, which helps stimulate growth in underserved neighborhoods with a commercial facade program, and a new Business Stabilization Program, which offers additional resources for businesses impacted by vandalism or property crime. You could call it a Broken Windows Fund. There are programs like the Children's Center Therapeutic Preschool Program, which addresses Utah's child mental health crisis by providing intensive therapy to low-income children ages 2 to 5 diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or trauma. Utah Community Action's Rapid Rehousing Program provides not only rapid rehousing options to individuals, but also holistic case management, which includes tenant education, financial literacy, and job readiness workshops, and connects clients to other essential services. And finally, another program like Salt Lake Donated Dental Services that provides free preventative, restorative, and emergency dental care to individuals experiencing homelessness or in extreme poverty. And the funding we are recommending will help provide dental services for up to 228 children and adults throughout Salt Lake City. So I present these recommendations to you for your review and your final determination. If you could go to the next slide, Scott. The public comment process for these funds runs through March 25th, and tonight there's a public hearing scheduled during your formal meeting. I hope that residents of Salt Lake City and the applicants, I know you'll be hearing from many of them tonight, I hope they all weigh in and provide feedback on these recommendations. My deep appreciation goes out to the CDCIP Resident Advisory Board. They do very hard work, and they put in many, many volunteer hours in reviewing and scrutinizing the applications that the cities receive for the funding and providing their meticulously derived scores that you can see and the public can see for this limited funding. I wish every year that we could fund all of the applications and the full range of amazing and valuable activities and programs that are proposed to us. But these tough decisions were put before the CDCIP board, they were brought to myself, and now we present them to you. Thank you also to the city's Housing Stability Division staff who are in the audience for facilitating this annual process and providing their technical expertise with the applicants and the funds themselves. And thank you, City Council. I look forward to seeing the impacts of your future recommendations at play in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for presenting your recommendation. Council members, any thoughts?
We always have thoughts on this, but I think we should give you the last word this time.
Oh, you'll be back, I know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on the agenda to item number.
Mr. Chair, to clarify for the council from a process perspective, as you start to go through these projects, feel free to send any clarifying questions to council staff, and we can work with the administration to get those questions addressed. And then we'll hopefully have that information for your next work session discussion on this, which will be March 18th. And the 5-year plan that the mayor referenced is currently scheduled to be adopted at the same time as the 1-year plan, action plan, so that if there is any additional information that pops up, we have time to incorporate that. So thanks.
And the first public hearing is tonight?
Tonight.
On this?
Yep.
And will there be 2 public hearings?
Typically, we just have one.
It's one, okay.
I think unless something comes up, we'll probably stick with one.
So we're stuck with the CBDG plan for 5 years. So, this will be your chance to weigh in on that. Moving on to item number 3, an ordinance for the Yellcrest Upper Yell Local Historic Districts. Coming at the table, Brian Fulmer, Council Policy Analyst, and Nanette Larson, Senior Planner. Brian, it's your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This proposal would create the Upper Yale Local Historic District for properties on Yale Avenue, 1800 and 1900 East in Council District 6. Some council members will recall the planning director's report for this proposal in December of 2023. The council asked planning to move ahead with the process, and a council briefing, public hearing, and vote are the final steps in the process. I'll turn it over to Nam.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Council. The Planning Division received a request for a new local historic district, the Yellcrest Upper Yell Local Historic District. This application was submitted by Patricia Godey, a property owner in the proposed district boundaries. Next slide. Is this better? Okay, thanks. The Yellcrest Upper Yell District designation is located between 800 East and 900 East along both sides of Yell Avenue. Next slide. The Upper Yell Local Historic District, highlighted in red on your screens here, is located on the furthest right-hand side of this map. It would be the easternmost district in the Yellcrest neighborhood. The proposed district is within the Yellcrest National Historic District. This map shows the locations of the newly designated local historic districts which were adopted in 2023, which is Princeton and Laird Heights towards the left-hand side of your screen. Next slide. On your screen here shows the overall process of a district designation. It is a long process. The dates that each of these steps shown are listed on the council's transmittal. Prior to this briefing, a pre-application meeting was held with the applicant. Notification letters were sent to property owners within the proposed district. A petition was initiated with at least 33% of property owners' signatures. An updated application notice was sent to property owners. A director's report was presented to the council, where the council directed planning staff to move forward with the proposal. The property owners meeting was notified to property owners and held explaining historic preservation and the historic preservation processes. The online open house was notified to recognize community organization, property owners, and residents within 300 feet of the proposed district were noticed for each public hearing with the Historic Landmark Commission and Planning Commission. And finally, a property owner's opinion ballot or a support survey was mailed to all property owners, and the results notice was sent to property owners in the proposed district. Next slide, please. The standards of the designation of a local historic district are evaluated on historic significance, historic integrity, eligibility on the National Register, whether it furthers the public interest, and if it's supported by the established planning policies. As it was described in the staff report, staff weighed each criterion against the proposed designation and found the Upper Yell designation meets each standard and furthers established planning policies. Next slide, please. It was also found the zoning map amendment standards were also being met, which are based on whether the proposed amendment furthers the adopted plan, policies, and zoning. And it was found that the proposed designation will have minimal impact on surrounding property owners. Next slide. There are a few updates to the historic status ratings in the neighborhoods that are recommended to be updated as part of the local historic district designation. A member of the State Historic Preservation Office and planning staff evaluated the properties located within the proposed historic district and confirmed that the 19 structures listed as contributing in the 2005 reconnaissance level survey remain contributing. It was also identified that 3 additional structures that were originally listed as non-contributing would now be considered contributing to the historic character of the neighborhood. And last slide, please. So this concludes the briefing that I have for council for the designation and the survey update request. I can take any questions the council may have for me.
Thank you for the work with the local district. And could you kind of walk us through the last 3 homes that were designated that kind of delayed and sent back the application process back to the Planning Commission? Because this originally was looking at getting transmitted back in the November timeframe, or maybe even earlier than that. Delayed it because of the additional 3 homes. Could you walk us through that?
Correct. Even though the Planning Commission during their June 26th meeting were briefed and presented the updates to the reconnaissance level survey, because it wasn't part of the recommendation, it did need to return to the Planning Commission with that recommendation. And this is due to updates to the text in the amendments to local historic district surveys.
And so that didn't change any of the voting or anything else, or the districts. It's just still the same block. It just changed the number of houses that are of contributing and not contributing.
Correct. Yes.
It updated from 19 to 22.
I'm sorry. Could you?
It updated the number of houses from 19 to 22 as far as contributing.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
All right,
it did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Young.
I just have more of a foundational question than a question about this application in particular. Do we, back to your original slide, do we ever just combine districts? Or is it like, no, I'm sorry, they've been established on their own application? Because I feel like we're putting together a puzzle. And at some point, do we just have the whole puzzle, or do we leave them independent?
In the past, we haven't combined districts. The designation process is different than what it used to be in the past. The state has certain criteria that needs to be met for a local historic district to be designated. So you don't see as large of neighborhoods being designated all at the same time like Central City was.
Yeah.
Instead, it has been block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood in a lot of cases. So in the past, we haven't consolidated districts. It really doesn't change the review standards when we're reviewing alterations to historic properties. The only thing that it would change is whether highlighting that whenever there is an alteration.
So maybe like fewer signs, or the same sign, could designate. Because I think right now, I've watched them just kind of put up, this is our historic area. And then 2 streets over, it's this is a different name, when they all seem to be similar. So just a question. Thank you for the background. That was helpful.
No problem. Thank you.
Councilmember Pui.
Quick question. I think that for the sake of my own ignorance, but also maybe for those that are curious about historic districts, I would like to know maybe the benefits of the local designation for a given area, and a second part to that question relates to the discussions we're having on this council about the possible R1. The zoning changes that we are discussing. Well, what is the effect of those with this designation?
As far as the zoning changes, these properties are in the R1 7000 zoning district, so they would not be affected. Was it the mixed use zoning consolidations that you're talking about? Okay. They would not be affected by those zoning consolidations that are under review right now. And maybe Nick wants to talk more on that.
If you recall with the R1 study we did, we had a chapter in there about the impact on local historic districts. And it doesn't change anything about processes or anything like that. It may give people who are in a contributing structure in a local historic district the ability to add internal units or do additions and things like that, subject to complying with all of the the local overlay procedures and policies.
Again, in general, what are some other benefits of a local designation?
The Yellcrest National Historic District, they're eligible for tax incentives for the local historic district. It's a lot of it is regulatory in nature. So if it's a contributing structure, there's certain standards that need to be met if a demolition is proposed. If they're altering the historic integrity of the structure, there's certain standards that would need to be met, building material standards. It doesn't regulate anything on the interior of the house. It would be exterior and generally what's viewed from the public street.
Not to, I think Councilmember Pui is asking more about like why is it good for the city? Are you? Yeah, like what benefits do historic districts offer beyond just in this case, the 19 properties that are contributing?
So one of the benefits of preservation, just in terms of the neighborhood level, and then I'll go on just a bigger city level, is just some predictability for the neighbors, consistency. There's also evidence of property value stabilization and preservation of the existing structures and neighborhood character. One of the other major things, I think, is just the demolition process. It is one of the only tools that the city has to prevent demolition because it requires a process. We do also have larger overarching goals in terms of preservation. Plan Salt Lake, we have the citywide preservation plan. So those preservation of those specific neighborhoods is just a larger city goal in general.
Interesting to me. Obviously, I love. I mean, some of you know that how much I appreciate contributing structures in the city. I live in a historic building too. I love my neighborhood in part because of that. I also struggle with wealthier neighborhoods. You use the word consistency, neighborhood character. Some level of stability and control over what happens in their neighborhood, and I struggle with some of those concepts when I look at it from afar, because we are in a housing crisis. We live in a housing crisis. We also live in struggling with the mixed incomes in our city, where many of our neighbors cannot ever afford to live in these neighborhoods, and it seems like some of these tools may be used sometimes, to prevent change that could allow other families to move into the neighborhoods. Obviously, that is a bigger picture and it's a bigger conversation to have than in this one case that has followed, for what I understand, the process outlined, and they seem to have contributing structures. But it is very obvious that we see a lot of these local historic districts, mostly on the east side, popping up in our neighborhoods. And I live in a neighborhood that has older structures in this neighborhood that there is in front of us in the application, and for multiple reasons that we can enumerate and probably argue about, we're not going to see an application coming in anytime. And I struggle with a bigger conversation that I hope that we can at some point bring about. Ultimately, the goal. There are multiple goals that may be canceling each other, but I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
We had talked before in one of the previous briefings about historic designations helping with affordability, not with like the legal definition of affordability, but preserving naturally occurring affordable housing. Are we seeing any of that in Salt Lake?
Sorry, what was the last part? Are we seeing any of that?
Any of that in Salt Lake?
In Salt Lake, I mean, I think not necessarily in the Yellcrest area, but I do think existing naturally affordable occurring, existing NOAA is something we're certainly seeing in Salt Lake. We have other preservation tools in the ordinance that aren't necessarily a local district that we're seeing that with. But part of the process for local designation is really a result of the state legislature, like requiring really these grassroots efforts and kind of neighborhood-driven petitions, and so that's what we're tasked with responding to at this time. So to answer your question, I don't know that we're necessarily seeing affordable housing in this Yellcrest specific area, but I do think it's something that exists throughout the city.
Dugan.
Thank you, appreciate it. And I appreciate the questions and the comments here. And this is, yes, in my district, but one thing on the preservation side, besides the historical piece of that, as these homes are older, but they also are, environmentally, you're keeping the fixture and the big facade side of the house. But there are, it's interesting also, some of these homes already have an internal ADU inside, so they already can be affordable and people can actually age in place. They do still have the opportunity to have an ADU, which is still affordable there. And they can do changes the inside of the house. And they've also been able to, they change the historic side of it, so they can change the window dressing so that they're not just, because the older homes were very inefficient energy-wise. So they can also become energy efficient in that nature. So there is a benefit to that in that regard, because they eliminate the down pressure of a demolition, but they also allow, can be some affordability in that regard too, because the ADU, because an internal ADU can both be happening here. And after walking through these neighborhoods, I was amazed at how many times I saw a duplex that you would not have noticed that was a duplex, but it was a duplex built back in before I was born.
Is there any data that tracks if there are any ADUs in this district? Internal ADUs?
I'm not aware that there was any approved ADUs. There is one duplex in this district that would be, it's a contributing structure, the duplex, so it would be preserved if the district were adopted.
And it's interesting because some of these ADUs or duplexes are not on the corner lot. They're in the middle of the block. And it took me walking the neighborhoods and then going, wait a second, that's actually a duplex or a triplex, because you don't notice it from the outside.
Councilmember Lopez-Shaw.
Oh, thank you. One point of clarification just on what I said earlier. Being in a local historic district does not prevent somebody from applying for affordable housing incentives. Certainly somebody could do an infill project on a lot that's historic, but that's just not something that we have seen someone do in the Yellcrest area, is what I meant by the affordability aspect. But the district itself is not preventing affordable housing from being located in Yellcrest.
Thanks for that clarification. I just wanted to state in District 4, we have 2 historic zones as well. In short, I just don't see this as a tool in response to affordability, but I appreciate that this is not preventing that creation. I'm going to support this project because I think it benefits Yalecrest, and the residents obviously have requested this and have gone through this process. But I just wanted to state for the record that there are historic districts today that are seeing the folly and dilapidation, and I'd love to hear what other tools we have when we have these designated areas to help with that infill or to help remediate, because otherwise, what I like about Yalecrest is these are homes that have been invested in, thus the people that inherit these homes will become stewards of them. They're already at a level of service where they can adapt to the city's needs within that conformed historic zoning. But there's other districts that exist today that are in dire need of repair and revitalization, and we ought to consider what the future of those districts are. Thank you.
Councilmember Romano.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've struggled with these applications as well, and I appreciate this discussion that we've had as a council. I think it highlights a lot of what I've been thinking about. I think I tend to view this a little bit more similar to the way Councilmember Pui has brought up, which is, and I thank you for the way you said that, because it helped me kind of reframe what I was thinking, which is, I know that we're under state legislation that makes this process, that defines how this process works and makes it more difficult. But I'm also interested in our city's ordinance and our city's process because if we say that historic districts, local historic districts are a tool for whatever we want to say, if we want to call it a tool for affordability, then that's one way to look at it. But even a tool for preserving historic architecture and the history of Salt Lake City, then that's as important in Yalecrest as it is in Glendale and Rose Park. So I think the problem that I'm seeing with the process is that it is so difficult, and I know that's partially from state legislature. It's also so expensive. I mean, there's many hours of staff time that has gone into this in order to process the last 2 that we approved, and this one and future ones, but there's so much time for residents that needs to go into it, and there's only certain neighborhoods that can afford to do that or have people that are willing to make that. So I'm struggling with, I think there's something broken with the way that we're doing this. First of all, I don't know that we have clear direction either from the council or from the community of what our goals are for these. Is it to preserve history? Is it to preserve affordability? Or is it a tool to keep change from happening, change that's desperately needed in terms of affordable housing and creation of new housing? Because there's some of those things that I would support and some of those things that I would not. And so I'm having a hard time now that this will be the 3rd one that in my time on council we've considered, and they're all from the same neighborhood, and they're not from a neighborhood that really has any affordability. I mean, there may be some duplexes or a duplex or so in there, but that doesn't mean that's an affordable unit. We know this neighborhood is one of the most expensive in the city, so I'm struggling with the affordability goal, and I think for me to support more creation of more of these, I want to take that zoomed out look and actually discuss what our goals are with local historic districts and how we support neighborhoods that don't have the resources to go through the process themselves. If we think that goal is important in Yalecrest, then it's certainly important in any other neighborhood as well. So it's not a question, it's just a comment, but that's sort of where I'm struggling with whether or not to continue to approve these the way that we have.
Victoria, Councilmember Pedro, sorry.
I amplify everything you say. I'm not in disagreement, but I do want to put on the record that when we met with the neighbors from this neighborhood, they acknowledged that deficit as well. I don't want to create a Hunger Games between the districts where it feels like if District 6 wants to get their history recognized, District 2 can't or District 1 can't. I want to put on the record that they have been very magnanimous and gracious. Figuring out where to start and how to start are pretty difficult. Also, the West Side, we're just aging into historic preservation. You know, the Rose was built after World War II, so we're just now hitting 75 years, which is just now becoming the place where it's appropriate to start designating historicity. So I agree with you. I don't know if maybe the conceptualization of history as a district is an antiquated concept, and maybe the recording of stories in other ways and other markers and other city, kind of things is what we need to do. And I'm really open to that conversation, but I do want to nothing you said was wrong. I do want to add context to this and make sure that the constituents who are bringing this forth especially know that we have heard them and their graciousness is on the record.
I know I'm not going to take, I am very excited to, pursue this conversation in the future, so I hope that maybe we can have it.
Yeah, thanks. Just for my own, so the city can't initiate a historic district, right? It has to be initiated by the residents.
It does need to be initiated by a resident.
No, the mayor or city council can initiate a petition, but if it's a resident, it has to basically go through the process that was given to us by the state. So at least 33% of property owners have to sign on just to submit an application and learn about the process. And that's just to come, present you all with the director's report and go through the motions, educate the community about what it would mean to be in a local district, and then they have the vote on whether or not they actually want to be in the district. So it's a different process for a mayor-initiated petition versus a resident-initiated petition. This one is a resident-initiated petition.
What happens with the mayor-initiated one?
They don't have to have the votes from the neighbors to initiate the petition. But it still goes through the education process and planning commission, landmark commission, and city council.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a clarifying question? Do they need the votes to actually approve the district?
Yes.
So we or the mayor, did you say city council also could do that?
Yes, I think it's by majority vote from council.
Okay. So the city council or the mayor could initiate it without the 33%, but we couldn't actually adopt it without the support of the property owners. Is that correct? Okay. Well, that could help solve my concern if we put some efforts into identifying different local historic districts throughout the city that maybe deserve recognition and are historic. Like I'm thinking of Boulevard Gardens in my neighborhood, which is it's incredibly unique little street in Ballpark neighborhood. That to me would be a really ideal one to potentially look at doing. So yeah, I think if that may help solve my concern. If we look at a map of where historic districts are and say, these are the neighborhoods that do have houses over 75 years old or whatever, and we want historic districts to be spread out evenly, and we want no more than X percentage of whatever, I don't know, some parameters, that's good information, thank you.
And just really quick on that note too, one of the considerations for adoption as a local historic district is that it's on the National Register or eligible to be listed on the National Register. There are National Register districts in some of the West Side neighborhoods, so that's certainly something to look into. That doesn't mean you have to stick to those particular boundaries, but just one of the considerations.
Thank you. Right. Looks like we don't have any more questions on this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to agenda item number 4, which is an ordinance permitting outdoor theaters in commercial districts. We've got Brian Fulmer and Noah Elmore, associate planner on this. Thanks. Oh, and we have Nick Norris. Oh, okay.
cameo appearance.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Some quick background. At last year's May 7 formal meeting, Council, specifically Councilmember Pui, initiated a petition to research and draft an ordinance to permit live performance theaters, indoor or outdoor, within the CG General Commercial District and any other district that may be appropriate based on intensity, scale, and location. Currently, only indoor live performance theaters are permitted. So to begin, this proposal includes revising the definition of live performance theater to allow for either indoor or outdoor use. The revised definition has also been streamlined to remove excess or superfluous language. From there, the land use tables were updated to add the outdoor live performance theater use and distinguish it from the existing indoor live performance theater use. Specifically, the land use tables were revised for the CG, GMU, OS, PL2, and all downtown districts. Those districts either already had live performance theaters as a permitted use or the similar formal amphitheater use. For outdoor live performance theaters in the CG, GMU, and downtown districts, a footnote will be attached prohibiting the use within 1,000 feet of any residential district. Currently, live performance theaters will now become indoor live performance theaters. So we're going from live performance theater, and it's going to be labeled indoor live performance theaters. Those currently have a footnote attached prohibiting the use within 1,000 feet of a single or two-family zoning district. This footnote will remain in place and will be clarified to prohibit the use specifically on lots within 1,000 feet. Next slide, please. Here is a breakdown of which of the subject districts currently permit live performance theaters and which permit formal amphitheaters. The outdoor live performance theater use will be replacing formal amphitheaters in those districts. These districts were all chosen based on the expected intensity of existing uses and the anticipated intensity of outdoor theaters. For those districts with the formal amphitheater use, that use is similar to an outdoor theater, so the intensity is also anticipated to be similar. With that in mind, as the formal amphitheater has no footnote attached to it, no footnote is proposed for the OS and PL2 districts where those are currently permitted. Next slide, please. So here you have a map, and this shows with the hatch where the buffer is, and you can see with sort of that red hatching, that's kind of how the buffer will expand following the current zoning MU consolidation. So this shows the districts as they are currently, whereas the buffer is based on revisions that are currently ongoing, i.e. the zoning consolidation. And then you can see in the west there, sort of some yellow hatching. That's an area that's currently CG, which will become M1. So it's kind of going out of this area. But that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does this planning adjustment, does it offer any guidance for the use of modular facilities and fire code? I know one of the issues we were experiencing with one of the venues in particular is that we only had a permanent indoor courtyard category for a modular build out with a fire code. And so it was preventing us from being able to respond in a timely manner and forcing permanent infrastructure in something that was by design meant to be temporary.
So this doesn't impact anything that's in the fire code. So all of those regulations would still apply.
Can I don't know if it's a legislative intent or just ask for a follow-up to go along with this, because I think this is great policy, but I know that the fire code is a similar issue that's preventing these things from being able to happen sometimes. So can we follow up with that through our staff, please?
I can maybe add some context to that too. Depending on where in the fire code those regulations are, we may not have the ability to modify that because it's adopted at the state level.
Okay, thanks.
Did you have one? Councilmember Romano.
Can I just ask you to rephrase the way that the buffer is, how the buffer works? I know you just said that, but wasn't quite following.
No.
The buffer is from, just.
Yeah, no worries. I understand it's a lot. There's a lot going on here. So the buffer is going to be calculated based on residential zoning district. So if you have a parcel that's zoned R15 from the boundaries of that lot, that is how the buffer is measured. And if the buffer overlaps with another portion of a lot that's CG, that use would be prohibited on that CG.
And would it be for the whole lot, or if it's just a corner of the CG lot, could they keep the performance on the other part?
It would apply to the whole lot.
Okay. And is that just the easiest way to administer it?
Correct, because otherwise you're looking at, you have to map the site and keep track of where your boundary is and ensure you're not encroaching into that boundary.
Okay, and what is how far is the buffer planned at right now?
It's 1,000 feet.
1,000 feet, okay.
And I would, Noah also covered what happens in our open space zones, because our open space zones do have things like amphitheaters and outdoor performances. They do not have the same buffer requirement, simply because they tend to not have that commercial aspect of it. But we also didn't want to inhibit, especially our larger parks, from being able to have those kinds of facilities where they already could do it as an amphitheater. So they still would have the option of doing something like a temporary use permit approved by the city for some commercial activity, but the zoning, that would be a separate thing from this. So.
Okay, and separate question is, I know that we've had a few situations where there's like neighbors that will do backyard concerts. How might this affect? I mean, that was never technically allowed, right? But I know there's some neighborhoods that I mean, right next to my house that happens and people love it and no one seems to complain. So is that just still something that will happen unpermitted until someone complains, sort of situation?
Basically where we are at the moment is that if it's, we can't stop somebody from having some sort of private event at their property, but we can enforce the externality impacts of that, whether it's parking, noise, et cetera. If they're doing it as a commercial activity, then it's a zoning violation. So we have several of these going on throughout the city, and most of them at this point are considered private events because they're not generally advertised or open to the public.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Councilmember Dugan.
Just simple on the noise side of the house, and that still remains the same, and the time, 10 o'clock, whatever curfew, whatever the curfew is, and the noise is all that remains the same as far as the outdoor spaces, concerts.
So any sort of county mandated noise ordinances, those are separate from this amendment.
Okay. Thanks.
Councilmember Pui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the work of the administration put on trying to solve this issue that we seen pop in our city. There is and also trying to mitigate the impact of these venues to neighbors. My understanding on the issue that was preventing some of this to happen, it was because it wasn't a permitted use in those zones. Therefore, they couldn't get through the process of permitting the next step of the fire and all of these other permits they needed to pull. This at least will solve some of the issues, and I'm excited to this amendment.
Okay. No other questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to item number 5, which is a water and snowpack report. We have Laura Briefer, the Director of Public Utilities, and just you? Sorry? Oh, John, yes, sorry, John Wells, hydrologist.
Oh, it's a hot mic. Not in that sense, I guess. Thanks for thanks for having John and I here today to give you our March water supply and snowpack report. John is our public utilities hydrologist, and he just came in from the field. Were you in Red Butte?
I was in Red Butte.
Looking at snowpack, which is an awful job to have on a day like today. And we also have our water resources manager participating online, Tamara Prue. I think you might have met her, but she is charged with managing the city's water rights portfolio and tying that in with our water, our hydrological outlook and our water conservation work. So welcome to Tamara Online. And I'm just going to turn it over to John to do a quick presentation, if that's okay with you, Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead.
They'll switch the slides for you.
Hi, again, I'm John Wells, hydrologist with Salt Lake City Public Utilities.
And go ahead, make sure your green light's on. There you go.
That's probably better.
Yeah.
John Wells, hydrologist, Salt Lake City Public Utilities. I was asked to do a water supply outlook for the City Council today, which is a pleasure to do. So you'll see this slide shows essentially where our water service area is, which you can see it's not just Salt Lake City, but it's parts of Mill Creek, Holiday, South Salt Lake, Murray, and Midvale. We do provide culinary water out there. We do not provide storm or sewer services. Next. When I go in to determine what the water supply looks like, I use a lot of different partner agencies. There are a lot of resources available federally, locally, and we go out and do our own snowpack analysis to determine how much we're going to have coming down the streams. You can look at our partner agencies there, but the current conditions are, these are actually yesterday's numbers, so they're actually going to be changed today percentage-wise. We're going to be over 100% of median for our snowpack, which is great, but we're not, 200% like another year we can remember. So there's no concerns for flooding at this point in time. But 100% of median just means we're still in the arid west, so we practice conservation efforts, obviously, moving forward, because median in the desert is still median in the desert. And on the bottom line there, I just highlighted, we still have 2 months left to build water supply, so these numbers are not set in stone yet. Next slide. This is kind of hard to read, but I highlighted on these hydrographs here. These are hydrographs representing snow water equivalent in our snowpack, which is how we know how much water we actually have in the canyons coming down to us. The lowest value there is 2022. So that's what a really low year looks like, a drought year. The black number is where we're at right now. The median is the light green, so we're pretty much right there. And again, like, these numbers were yesterday, not today. And I'm happy to expand on any of this if anybody has questions afterwards. One of the things we look at as we move into our distribution season, the water season, is we look at the estimated precip and temperature coming up from our friends over at the National Weather Service at NOAA. These are 3-month projections, so you can see we're always on the cusp there. We're either a little bit high, a little bit low, or normal. It's rare that we'll see like extremes on any end. But you can see we're supposed to be, for the next 3 months, a little bit drier and a little bit warmer. So the impacts that has on our decision making, we just know to essentially advertise and push for conservation efforts more. We know we kind of know that if it's going to be warmer out, people are going to be irrigating more. People, there's a very fine correlation between when it's hot out and how much water. Good. Next slide. So even though we're going to be cooler or warmer and less precipitation over the next 3 months, according to the projections, these 1 to 7 day projections are actually really good numbers. And this looks very favorable. We're looking at a few more feet in the mountains over the next week. So that's gonna give us a nice buffer between, shouldn't make us above that median level and allow us to grow to it. And that's where we want to be. Next slide. So Salt Lake City manages several reservoirs. The ones that are showing up on here we don't actually manage. These are the reservoirs around the state. We do manage Little Dell Reservoir, Mountain Dell Reservoir, and several high alpine reservoirs. And we have a stake in these other reservoirs as well. Jordanelle and Deer Creek specifically are ones that we have a vested interest in through our Metropolitan Water District alliances. And you can see the graphic on the left is where we're at the end of the year, at the end of the water year last year, actually at the beginning of spring runoff at the end of April. And you can see we're not that far off from there right now. So we're looking good as far as stored water for the city. Mountain Dell itself that we actually manage is empty due to some construction we're doing. So we're maximizing in Little Dell Reservoir this year. And that's a meeting I'll be having every week up until spring runoff with some of my cohorts that manage that reservoir. So we all have a vested interest in the Great Salt Lake. We've all heard how important it is to surviving here in Salt Lake City. So we've been tracking more and more of what we do and how it impacts the Great Salt Lake. This slide is just to remind people where we're at, where we have been, and what we're trying to move toward. So you can see on November 22nd, November 2022, we were at a record low, and that's when everybody was very concerned, and our lawmakers even stepped up and did a lot to make people aware and to make motions toward increasing the health of the Great Salt Lake. We got very fortunate in that 2023 year, snow year, to have record levels of snow, to increase soil moistures, to have, which increases efficiency of runoffs for years to come, and also just to provide all that water back into the Great Salt Lake. It brought us up to a level that was not great, but still way more comfortable than what we were dealing with and all the doomsday scenarios we were looking at. So in November 2023, the level is at 4192.1. That was going into the water year. Currently, we're at 4193.1. That's elevation above sea level. And a year ago, yesterday, we were 4193.7, which means we're a half foot lower than we were last year. While this it's not bad, but it's not the direction we want to see things going. But it still shows a strong conservation effort that everybody who uses Jordan water, Weber water, and Bear water, all the contributors to the Great Salt Lake, they've shown good conservation efforts. We need more, but the trajectory is looking good on the human side of it. can go ahead and next slide. This is the ongoing monitoring of the snowpack that we do. There's a few different things, a few different reasons we do this. Water supply, obviously we want to know how much water is in the mountains. We want to know what our storage is in that snowpack. This particular picture is, it's 11 feet down, and I was looking for temperatures of the snowpack because we had that warm up back in February 1st, and we were seeing 60. Everybody was out, in t-shirts, which was great. But my concern was the snowpack is ripening and it's ready to run off. I didn't think we were going to get there then, and we didn't. But now we have a ripened snowpack at the bottom half, essentially, of most of our snowpack. So we don't have as many cold layers. I won't go into all the thermodynamic stuff about it, but we don't have as many cold layers protecting us. So once it just means we're under normal conditions, runoff will happen at a higher rate, and that's something we need to know to manage our reservoirs and to manage our systems, which is great. But again, we're looking at a pretty normal year as far as water goes. Slide goes. Next slide. I just threw this in here because I'm trying to find an intern to do some documentation and, or not documentation, but data entry from our old snow courses and snow monitoring. What's cool is Salt Lake City's been invested in this for a long time. Like I said, we're not the first generation to experience the arid West, right? And they were experiencing this a long time ago. This is 1910. I have other articles from late 1800s, but this one really stands out because the same snow course data I collect now was established, the method was established in 2009. In 2010, Salt Lake City hopped on board to be essentially the test pilots to make this happen. And my predecessors used to go out for 2 weeks into the mountains, horse and then pull their own sleds and just poke holes in the snow and see what they could find. So it's really cool. I feel honored to be part of that legacy. Yeah, and that's it.
I'll say that longevity of monitoring our snowpack in the same locations has made it possible for us to participate in a lot of climate studies with our academic institutions and others, because we have good, reliable data, so we can see what's happening over a long period of time. We have a very long record, which is very good for analyzing what we might expect into the future.
Councilmember Lopez
Well,
Chavez.
one, I'm really excited by this, so thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. I think it's really critical to forecast and to also show us historic context of where our city has been. We have lots of communication, Laura and I, with how efficient our city has become in consuming water. But again, we are still stewards of the snowpack and of our reservoirs. So my question to you was, I'm a sailor, so I sail on the Great Salt Lake Marina. Half a foot, it makes all the difference whether or not you get out of that marina. So sadly, my boat cannot get out of the marina. And it's not just the sailors that should care. It's anybody that's taking advantage of our creeks or our flow or runoff, or just somebody that's using the sink. What is something that our residents can do to help eliminate that erosion or overuse of water? And what's something that, based off of this forecasting for this year, that we should know in terms of how to help preserve those reservoirs so that we can have elongated use of water?
I'm happy to. Okay.
Well, I do want Laura to answer this from a conservation standpoint, but I want to normalize that even when we say we're having a normal year and we have this great snowpack that's 500 inches at Alta is like a normal year, that's still a drought condition for us. So that, to me, normalizing that as part of the narrative is, that's what I try to get out there. That being said, we have a whole conservation group back at the office that Laura leads. So.
Yeah, actually, on my drive here today, I heard a clip of our State Department of Water Resources Director, Candace Hassenjager, where she said, really, you know, the direction that, I'm really paraphrasing here, but the direction that we need to be going is year-round, every year, wise use of water and efficient use of water, because we do live in an area where we've experienced year-over-year droughts. It's sometimes hard to project. There are a lot of factors that influence our hydrology. And so I would say what people can do now or any time would be to be good stewards of water. You know, we offer a lot of different programs for our residents, ranging from water checks, where you can get a free check to see how your irrigation system is working, and recommendations about making it more efficient, to rebate programs for landscape, to indoor water use programs, and just maintain that awareness. Our community has really done a lot in terms of conservation, and water conservation is the single most important thing that we can do at this time to help Great Salt Lake. Over the last years, since the year 2000, while our community has grown by 30%, we've reduced overall water consumption by 15%. So that's reversed. Our community has grown by 15%, and we've reduced overall water use by 30%. But a large number and a real testament to you know, better building standards for water conservation and outdoor water use. Thank you.
Yes. Councilmember Pui.
Yeah, obviously, it's always impressive to see the work that your department does for water management. We, you know, manage an incredible amount of the water for more than Salt Lake City residents, for a lot of people, a lot of jurisdictions in this valley, and many people don't know that. Many of the facilities that you oversee are outside our city limits. They are up in the canyons, and there are in other cities, maybe in some other, they touch other counties too. And it is impressive, the work that you do, and always the forefront of this. So thank you for watching and raising the flags when they need to be. Certainly, we talk quite a bit about the need for more investment and keeping up with our reservoirs and how expensive they are to maintain, and some of them are aging quite quickly. So and our valley uses a lot of water, and our residents are using less water per capita. We still could do more. So I appreciate all of those updates through the year. I hope that more neighbors value the work, and I know they do, that your department does, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Petro.
Really excited that there was a report that didn't induce anxiety. I don't feel like I've heard one of those yet this year. So thank you. It occurs to me that this is one of those non-grant-related areas where we have a lot of vulnerability to federal policy decisions as to what we invest or don't invest in. Just as we come up to budget season, I would be interested in whatever way we can future-proof. You all are evidence that people who know what they're doing with subject matter expertise and the appropriate tools protect average American lives and are necessary. So whatever we can do at a city level to future-proof you and protect you all, I would be very interested in finding resources and allocating them to protect the amazing work that you're doing.
Thank you. And we are potentially very impacted by what happens with the disbursement of federal funds. We have a number of large grants and low interest loans for water infrastructure. We also have had grants with the Bureau of Reclamation for Water Smart programs, as well as partnerships with federal agencies such as NOAA and the U.S. Forest Service, where we rely on that collaborative work and where we are impacted by the decrease of staffing that's become more evident.
I just wanted to ask about something that I get a lot from residents, questions from them, is that even though these like projections look good and that it seems that we're managing everything really well, that the all the other, that's kind of competing with all the other national and global news that they get about global climate change and things like that, and feeling like even though these are our projections into the near future, that what about aren't there kind of bigger forces that are going to undermine all of our projections? So what information would you give to residents that have that concern?
Yeah, if you have anything to add, but I will start out with that. So one important thing for people to know is that we do factor in climate change into our long-range water supply and demand planning. Right now, that factor in our current long-range plans anticipates either a 10%, either an increase in demand due to increased temperatures or a decrease in supply due to a changing climate, and that factor right now stands at around 10%. We are working with the University of Utah and other academic institutions on climate vulnerability plans. We've been doing so for the last 5 years so that we can identify where we might have correlations to predict better. But our mission is to understand and mitigate impacts, and it's an iterative process for us. An example is wildfire impacts in our watersheds. That's something we've identified in our watershed plan as being a potential risk to water resources. And we've already partnered with the state of Utah and the U.S. Forest Service on a wildfire mitigation plan in Parley's Canyon, and plan to do more as time goes on.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to update us also on the legislation about removing fluoride.
Okay, so we're talking about House Bill 81, Sub 1. I believe that legislation is on the governor's desk for signature at this moment. What that legislation would do would essentially prohibit Salt Lake City public utilities and other water systems and municipalities in the state for adding fluoride for public health purposes. Currently, we do that, and we have been doing that since Salt Lake County passed a voter initiative in 2000, and have been adding fluoride per Salt Lake County Health Department regulations up to 0.7 parts per million, which is the amount recommended by the U.S. Center for Disease Control. So if this bill is signed into law, that would impact the distribution of fluoride through our water system to our community.
So you're telling me in like 4 years we'll be reviewing this again when our cavity count goes up?
Yeah, I think there could be other alternatives to looking more deeply at the fluoride issue rather than a prohibition. Something like some additional analysis or study about the benefit of fluoride to public health. My concern about this is that we're impacting some of our less resourced populations who don't have access to public health for that purpose. And so if there was an opportunity to soften this legislation, so it would give us some time to identify different ways in which we might address the concerns around fluoride while protecting those populations, that would be preferable.
Can I ask for clarification? I thought in the bill, I do not love it, especially since I have one out of my 3 who's already had 4 teeth pulled despite having the same treatment as other siblings, has a clear proclivity to issues here. I thought that there was an element that would provide for prescription fluoride at the discretion of the parents. Is that something that was still in the bill at passage?
The bill, the sub 1 allows pharmacists to distribute fluoride pills.
And for mothers like myself who are unaware and just real excited at creating the time to make another trip to the pharmacy for something that we used to be able to take for granted, do we need prescription grade fluoride to replace what we will be missing in the water supply?
I don't know.
Okay, we'll have to get a dentist in here to help us with that side of it.
It's a good question.
I think as a follow-up to this question, I don't agree with the decision that the lawmakers at the state, and I'm hoping that the governor will veto this bill before it becomes law. It obviously targets, unfortunately, those with lower resources, and we will see the impacts of that, and it's going to take a while. I wonder if there is a way for our city to track some of these impacts and to start reporting them, so we can start putting them on the record. I know that seems hard, but there has to be a way for us to show that these decisions are not correct.
Yeah, I've put some thought into that, and I think it's an appropriate place for us to partner with the Salt Lake County Health Department for our county, and potentially the State Health Department to track outcomes around this. We, of course, don't have access to all of the public health information that others may have, but we care about what happens with our community, and it would be, I think, would be helpful to understand the impact of this particular prohibition on fluoride.
I will be very supportive of that.
Yeah, similar question. Just, I know that this would give us the, I won't say honor, but the distinction of being the first state to ban fluoride statewide. But certainly there are other places that have banned fluoride before on a more local scale. And yeah, I wonder what those communities have done to inform people. I also heard about that pharmacists can now hand out tablets, but I don't know that people know what to do with that. I certainly wouldn't just plop that in my Brita or what. Yeah, I know that we don't really have the resources to do like a big public campaign, but we do have our public utilities newsletters that go out. Right. We are billing to sending paper bills to a lot of residences. I wonder if there's a way to include information in that so at least people know and it's on their radar.
We also have a regulatory requirement under the Safe Drinking Water Act to send annual consumer confidence reports that shows all of the compliance with other areas under the Safe Drinking Water Act. That's certainly a place that we could put information around fluoride, but I do think partnering with our public health officials could be a good thing for us to explore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think that's it. Thank you so much. Okay. Item number 6 is an economic development loan application for Cold Plunge Coffee. And we've got Austin Kimmel as our council policy analyst. Peter Markowski, Deputy Director of Business Development, and Will Wright from Economic Development. Hello. Thanks for being here. Tell us about Cold Plunge Coffee.
Sure. This is an Economic Development Loan Fund, or EDLF loan, to Cold Plunge Coffee, a business offering craft coffee and cold plunges. The Loan Fund Committee recommends the council approve a $100,000 loan at an 11% interest rate over 7 years. This loan would help create 9 new jobs in the next year and retain 1 existing job. It would also help pay for building renovation, machinery and equipment, furniture and fixtures, working capital, and contingencies. This item does not require a public hearing, and a vote is scheduled for tonight's formal meeting. And with that, I'll turn it over to Peter and Will to explain a little bit more.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you, council members, for having us today. We're happy to be in front of you with this loan for Cold Plunge. I'm here with my colleague, Will Wright, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Young.
So people like getting into cold water? Help me understand.
Yes, excuse me. We're told that they do. We actually did a little bit of research on this. Our team was mixed on whether to believe that or not, but doing the research, it is a growing movement, and there is a lot of data to support positive health outcomes from it. So I think we're mixed on whether we're going to try it or not as well, but some of us definitely are.
I like it. So the reason I highlight it is because I think this is another space where I'm impressed by our economic development team and leaders, is that you're finding new and innovative businesses that may not necessarily have, a history or a track record, but that you're creating that opportunity for that innovation to come into our city. So thank you for that.
Councilmember
Yeah,
Dugan,
thank you,
and then
Councilmember.
Councilmember Young, I live with a woman who likes to cold plunge. Shocking, I know. Yes, her goal is 5 minutes at like 40 degrees, and my goal is not that far. So yes, it does have a calling.
Okay, District 4 loves cold plunges. Put it out there. There is ample health benefits to this, but I'm just really excited that, one, we're using EDLF to stimulate the creation of new businesses in parcels in District 4 that wouldn't be normally activated. This neighborhood corner in particular needs significant economic activation, so super excited. I know the residents are too, and the grand opening is this Friday at 10 a.m. I will be in a cold plunge, drinking a cup of coffee, so come support.
Councilmember Pui.
More about your department, and it seems like at almost every council meeting there is one of these ones coming through, and I'm incredibly impressed with the work of your department. I don't remember when it was, but it was maybe a year and a half or 2 years ago when we were very excited about this, and we were asking you for more, and you have delivered more. So thank you for taking that challenge, and I know it's a lot of work, and I'm very thankful for the emphasis of helping our small businesses, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. We appreciate that.
All right. I don't see any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are... Get excited, everyone. It's time for our informational initial discussion on citywide parking policy. Whoops. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped our break. Okay. You didn't let me finish. After our break is what I was going to say. Okay, so everyone, let's do it. Are we behind? Oh, dang it. Okay, 20 minutes. 56. to get started again. Thanks, everybody. So we are back on citywide parking policy discussion. And we have Allison.
Yes, and I believe we have Julie Crookston, Jordan Smith, and Arturo Garcia.
All right, thank you. Whoops. That's all right. Thank you for introducing, because it's a little wrong on here, but that's fine.
Thank you. So during the discussion of new parking kiosks last year, the council requested a broader discussion on parking policies citywide. And as a first step, Public Services and the Finance Department work together to assemble questions for council discussion. You can see those questions in Section A of the staff report, and they're also in the transmittal. This discussion will provide direction to the administration on potential parking changes and ultimately lead to a significant update of city ordinances. It will also help address several issues from the 2022 parking study that was commissioned by the administration. That is in Exhibit A of the transmittal. Then after today, the administration will do an in-depth analysis of how the council's preferred options would affect revenue and resource needs, including additional FTEs, software, and equipment. The council would then have an opportunity to review the proposed ordinance changes and vote on whether to adopt them. So this is a process, and this is the first step for the council. The transmittal also includes a memo with a recommendation for resolving Fair Park residents' parking difficulties. Exhibit C of the transmittal and Section C of the staff report both contain that information. Then this mechanism from the Fair Park could potentially be applied to other neighborhoods that experience similar problems. And finally, the administration also suggested some broader parking policy topics that may interest the I disappeared for a minute. There we go. The administration also suggested some broader parking policy topics that may interest the council for future discussion, and those are listed in Section B of the staff report. So I will turn it over to Arturo or whoever goes next. Julie.
Hello. Well, thank you for that introduction, Allison. That pretty much covers a lot of our introduction, but on slide 2, we just wanted to highlight we recognize that parking is a very critical service that the city offers, and that as our city has undergone a lot of dynamic changes over the last 5, 10, 20 years, some of our parking needs have shifted, and that has been affecting our residents and our visitors, which is why we're bringing up the issue to you today, and so we're very grateful for this opportunity. Slide 3 just gives a brief history of where we've been. So as Allison said, in 2022, the city paid for a consultant to do an in-depth parking study, and that was attached in the transmittal. They did an analysis of a lot of different aspects of our parking policy and then provided some recommendations. Part of those recommendations were an update of our pay station system. So in the spring of 24, we came to you and we talked about those pay stations, and you chose to fund those new replacements, but as part of that, you requested a deeper discussion about parking policy. So the pay stations were all installed and completed as of fall of 2024. They're all up and running. And we then, as Public Services, Transportation, which is in Community and Neighborhoods, and the City Finance Department started gathering together to say, what are the issues we've heard residents facing with parking policy, and what were some of the issues that were highlighted in the study? And we then made a list of those issues and listed some potential solutions, some of which we think are viable, some perhaps not so much, but we wanted to present those to you so that we could get your feedback. What issues would you like to see us study further? And so Lynn Jacobs will detail some of those issues briefly on slide 4.
So on slide 4, we see the parking issues that we've observed, and it's, issues, complaints that we receive as staff at the city from businesses or residents. And we've kind of lumped them into these handful of categories. The first one is meter and fee structures in terms of what we're charging at our meters, and also just the way that we're structured. We have one universal zone as a city. We charge the same in the entire downtown area, and so there's a thought about maybe we need to update that. The second one's event impacts. We mentioned earlier how we see a lot of issues at the Fair Park And I think we also see issues around the University of Utah Stadium and other areas around the city. Whenever there's a major event, we get a lot of parking impacts and we get a lot of complaints from the residents that live nearby about the issues that they're experiencing. The third thing that we've heard a lot about is delivery service impacts. I think you could think about Uber, Lyft, Grubhub, Amazon, UPS. Often we see those vehicles blocking a travel lane or blocking a bike lane, and we don't have really a good system for dealing with delivery service downtown, and we're seeing a lot of impacts from that. Pay by space issues, we see a lot of issues at the hearing office where maybe residents are confused about how the system currently works, and they're getting ticketed when they've paid, but they were confused about which space they were at, and we have a few ideas of how to address that. And then the citation structure issues that we see, this is specifically locations in the city where sometimes we see really bad behavior and people will intentionally continue to do it because the citation is just not very much. I think the prime example of this is Sunnyside Park during the University of Utah football games. People will literally park on the grass in the park because the ticket's like $40 and they'll say, well, that's worth risking getting a ticket and I'll just continue to do that. But it creates huge impacts for parks, broken sprinklers and torn up landscaping. And then finally, there's a lot of recommendations that we have. There's a lot of recommendations we've made here. We recognize it's kind of a lot to tackle. And so we want to talk about how we do this, if we do it all at once, or if there's certain topics that council really wants us to try to tackle first. And we all know that it's a lot of work to update code. So maybe we want to do that all at once and then create an implementation schedule for how we roll it out to the public.
So we would like to hear from you which issues you would like. Do you have any questions about any of these specific issues that we can provide more context on to assist you in giving us guidance on what direction you would like us to go next? Next steps could be a deeper analysis of some of these issues and we then come and report back. Eventually there would need to be code changes, so that will be part of the next steps. But to Lynn's point, this is a very dense issue, so we would like feedback from the council of which policies would you like us to address?
I know in our last discussion, thank you, Chair, we had discussed several different opportunities in terms of fee structure. So I'm most interested today in how we distribute and disperse our fee structure. In particular, I would say in District 4, this is a huge concern as we talk about the use and the different experiences for both residents and visitors in the district. So I'd like to understand how much revenue we're creating, what does that outlook look like, what opportunities we have, as well as leveraging the parking meters for advertising or other experiences in the city. I just wanted to reiterate that it was not really mentioned there.
Councilmember Petro?
I want to amplify, I think a move toward a smart city includes not thinking of parking meters as parking meters, but as central points for information distribution and those sorts of things. For my residents in the Fair Park, they have been crying out in perpetuity for special event parking. I know we used to just say it was the fair that made it difficult for them, but they've done such a great job of programming it year-round that they really are experiencing displacement and difficulty on a schedule that's probably equivalent to around the Rice Eccles Stadium area and other places where there is protected parking. So I'm really interested in that. This is probably more of a conversation for transportation. I've heard developers asking about 45-degree angle parking, if that is ever an option. I've heard that it doesn't really add parking, but my not math-oriented brain doesn't understand how that's true, so I'd love to go a little deeper on 45-degree angle parking and understanding that as well.
Yep. Councilmember Dugan.
Thank you, Lynn. And I back to the point about the pay by space. Somewhere in the staff report, you talked about, now we have a space, and the space is, I don't know, it's 20 some odd feet long. Most cars are not all that long, and you could actually put more cars in it if it was by license plate. And that would also probably alleviate some of the problems of what space was I in and which parking spot. So I'd like to look into that, because not only on the revenue side, also putting more cars on the streets for the parking in that regard. And then I would agree with I know there's some pros and cons about 45-degree parking when you go backside in first. but there's some complications between that. But I would like to look at that also. But I agree with the special events because just like Councilman Petro said, neighborhoods get really impacted by some special events, and it'd be nice to see how we could alleviate that problem and maybe push more for people taking public transportation or carpooling and alleviate the congestion that they have in the neighborhoods. So thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Pui.
Yes, so certainly the Fair Park has been crying, loudly about this, and it's a big issue. I live in the Fair Park neighborhood, and I see the impacts of the fairground events into the neighborhood, and the concerns are real about parking meters there, or permitting and asking the neighbors to pay for things, right? So I would love to explore alternative solutions that try to mitigate the impact. I know it's a hard problem to solve, but I felt like I know that we have some of the most brilliant minds in our city to solve this issue, but this goes beyond events. I also think that there is development, buildings that get built in our city that have parking structures, but then they tend to charge for parking, and many neighbors, in hopes to save some money to make their city living affordable, choose not to pay for that. Then end up parking in the streets. Many of these parking structures end up being half empty, and the impacts, the burden goes into the neighborhoods, and it happens a lot. And I know that is even a more complex issue to solve, but I would love to explore some alternatives to that too. We have gigantic streets on the west side and many parts of our city. There have to be a better solution for some of those. So that to me goes on top of mind because I've been hearing about the Fair Park and the parking issues, and I've seen it for years now. So that goes very high up in my list. Thank you.
Councilman Petro.
One other thing I forgot. This is a little forward-looking, but the Utah Inland Port Authority is moving to incentivize additional parking, mitigating PM 2.5 and the idling of trucks and the camping of trucks while they sleep in our neighborhood in particular. And so when that policy goes into place, I would really love it if we were prepared to enforce heavily, to retrain that behavior and to free us from the increasing truck cabs we have on our streets. Debbie Lyons in Sustainability has been working with us on it, so she might be a good touch point for you all to keep your finger on the pulse. But I really, once we have the place for people to go, and it's like homelessness, you have a place for people to go and then you can enforce, but once we have the place for them to go, I would really, really love to see the truck cab parking in our neighborhoods really, really addressed, please.
Don't think we have any other questions. Wait, nope. Okay.
I had a final thought. I just wanted to see if Darren was going to bring it up, but I just looked at you because I'm inspired by you. That's why. Okay. I would love to know what our current zones in terms of our pay stations are located at, and if we need to expand that footprint. That was the question I wanted to know, because we are a city with ample parking. Perhaps that parking is not accessible in the way we're used to accessing parking, which is you just drive up to a storefront and there's a parking stall. But there is parking in our city, and just in terms of the footprint in which we control as a city apparatus, I'd love to understand what that looks like. I think part of mutually investing in transit and local transit and different bus routes also means recognizing we have citizens that have dire needs for parking still. And as we are facing this, again, this renaissance and trying to overcome those parking challenges, if we're going to make it accessible, I'd love to understand what other parts of our city we can create pay structure to incentivize good use of those parking lots. Thanks.
The 2022 study did a really deep analysis of where the current meters are, where current expansion could go. And then one of our solutions in the transmittal is, as we expand that structure, creating zones where you could create a different fee structure for parking in certain areas so that it's not the same throughout the entire city.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I guess my question is just, do we need to give more direction for the next steps on this, or where do we go from here? Because I think council members have brought up a lot of really interesting things and things that I also think are important, but I'm not sure that if I'm sitting in those chairs, I would know what to do next.
I have one.
Hold on. So does Sarah. So why don't you, do you want to answer first, and then we'll go to Councilmember Young? If there is an answer.
What's the question?
You wanted to know if we know what our next step should be, correct?
Yeah, do you know what to do next?
We would because in the transmittal, we listed a few potential solutions for each of these issues, but they're very high level. So would you like us to research specific of those solutions, or do you want a deeper presentation on a certain solution? We could go straight to changing the code if you want. So yes, some specific guidance would be appreciated.
It's kind of a choose your adventure council. If you guys want us to do more one-on-one meetings with you, we could do that. If you want us to just bring code back and present that, we could do that too.
Councilmember Young.
So mine is on a slightly different topic, and I don't want to preempt Councilmember Dugan if his was related to this question.
Yeah, kind of related
so
to this.
I'll hold for a minute.
Okay.
Councilmember Dugan.
So thank you. So I appreciate the idea that we could reduce the number of meters by going to 2 per block, 250-foot spacing on that idea, so that people don't have to walk too far, and we don't actually have more meters per block than we actually necessarily need. But we also need to look at maybe the rate structure in the downtown core, not have a peanut butter spread of the pricing for areas that are far out compared to areas that are downtown. That should be probably higher. And the third thing is that the expansion, probably even on weekends, maybe on Saturdays to 10 p.m., maybe even later, but that again could be determined by area. You know, you don't need it till 10 p.m. out far from the downtown core, but downtown core should go to past maybe 10 p.m. or later. Maybe not start at 8 o'clock in the morning. But so I think we should be able to look at those things and not just do the peanut butter spread on the policy side of the house. So that would be my direction, and because we can save some money, but we also can expand it, and we can also look at, you know, pay by need. Hey, I want to be here. Special events parking, the same thing goes. So thank you.
Yeah.
So, council members, we have in. Oh, I'm sorry. Another. Go ahead. You're welcome. I forgot that we paused what you were saying.
You keep going with your thought. I will go after you.
No, because I was just going to ask how we wanted, if we wanted to move forward with some straw polls. So ask your question first, and then I will.
Okay. So when we talk about citation structure, that's like a slightly different topic than I think we've been on. I think my question related to citation structure is, does that include what triggers citation? In terms of just one of the key issues around parking that I hear a lot about are the long-term parking issues that we have. And this is where I think I get a little like, is that within the scope, or do you feel like that is a separate issue we would need to address through a different legislative intent?
Yes and no. So to answer your higher level question, citation structure could just be the dollar amount of the citation, right? Because Sunnyside Park's the perfect example. People say, well, I'll just pay the citation because that's the cost of parking here. So we see repeat people coming time and time again. There could be additional adjustments to citations where you could create a repeat offender citation that could have certain parameters that says if you have the same type of citation this many times, you get a different type of citation or something like that. Those were two of our recommendations. Mm-hmm. It could attach to, like, do we create a new type of citation to address a specific issue? We have a fair amount of citations that I feel like, generally speaking, can address all the issues. To the long-term parkers, which is the Streets for Storage ordinance, the ordinance currently says You cannot park on a block face for more than 48 hours.
Yes.
That's the current one. That is a very multifaceted issue for multiple reasons, because it can affect, someone who parks on their street. They went on vacation for a week, so they leave their vehicle there, but it also affects many other types of vehicles, occupied vehicles, RVs, etc. That could be a whole other separate conversation just about that citation. So I would almost recommend that you separate those, because the 48 hours ordinance is very nuanced.
Fair enough. So I will hold that one for separate. Thank you for the opportunity to raise it and that guidance.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Pui.
Thank you. Sorry for the allowing me another shot of this.
That's okay.
There was a city we visited maybe a year or two ago. They all become mush in my mind sometimes, but that allow us to find out where there was parking. And it was a city sponsor system, and it was amazing. And I could find, I can park 5 blocks away, take the trucks, and come to the event. Because there is 10 stalls in that neighborhood. And it was very useful for me then, because it was a new city, and I thought it was fascinating as a way of maximizing the parking that we have already available. Just a thought, but we do have an outline, and I think maybe that's the direction we should go.
Well, yeah, we can either straw poll the outline, or we could have staff come back to with a recommendation on each. I think it's just question for all of you. I can't make a motion for a straw poll.
Well, in the transmittal, they did have a recommendation on the.
Yeah, there is a recommendation from the administration side.
So maybe the question is the council okay with the administration's recommendation?
I would like to suggest that we support the event impact, recommendation A for the event, which is create a new event parking management program to manage these areas, and starting with the Fair Park area.
Sorry, for those of us just catching up, what page is it on?
4.
Page 4 of the transmittal. And Scott is ready to pull it up on the screen, so it'll hold up on
Slide
the screen.
11.
Thank you. Councilmembers Mono and Petra, it's on the screen in front of you now.
We could go to slide 10.
Yeah. He pulled up.
Would you take a friendly amendment? Because I have to advocate for the university neighborhood. It absolutely is abhorrent when there are event days happening. So if we could include that with the Fair Park, I think that grants us opportunity to look at some of the most dire needed places.
I would love to, I could include it, but I follow in the Fair Park. I think like maybe there's 2 areas, but the Fair Park is they've been talking about this for at least 10 years.
Or a little ways down the road on Fair Park is, as long as it doesn't slow Fair Park down, I'm fine.
I agree. Yeah, I'm happy to include it, but I want to prioritize Fair Park. So
Certainly,
that's the caveat.
Certainly, I understand. I think when we encumber event spaces with neighborhoods, it creates this gross resistance, and I've got to advocate for my neighborhood.
Yeah, and I think it's forward-looking if we would add also to be proactive about this with the ballpark next thing that we have going on, especially for anticipating that.
But this will create a new event, management for events. So that could apply in any neighborhood. So that's the great thing about this. You're starting in the Fair Park to test something new and learn from this one. That will be my suggestion without a friendly amendment accepted.
If I may, the reason the administration recommended it that way is we thought it'd be really good to just start with one program, see how it goes, learn from it, and then expand.
Makes sense.
Okay.
We're okay with that?
So what I'm hearing then is, does that mean you can't? So the straw poll was that we were going to prioritize one area, but then we were going to add 2 more. But you're telling us you want to start with one, and then
I think
see
we
if
can
it
be
can
flexible. You guys are in charge, so
right.
Tell
I
us
just
to
don't
do
want
what we do
I
it.
just don't want to give you an assignment that you don't think you could.
Yeah,
you can't deliver on for whatever
that's
reason.
fair. I don't know that we couldn't deliver on that. It's just the thought process was, start small, grow. But I think if we really got direction from you that, hey, we really want you to address all of these issues, we would go back and figure out how to do it.
Okay.
What if we make it so, we follow the recommendation from the administration. We started with the Fair Park area, but the next step on implementing one of those new event parking managements goes to, to the area that highlighted by Councilmember Lopez Chavez. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I think our next step would probably be writing the code that would allow us to do that and then bringing that back to you.
Okay, so everyone's heard the straw poll. Okay, great. We're all, and it's thumbs up from everyone. All right.
I'll do the next straw poll would be just number one, the meters fee structure issues, and all three recommendations, and just what I kind of explained, that extending the hours, the fee structure, just as you have written down here. And I'm not sure if that would include the pay by spaces number 4. So we'll skip to.
We listed that as a separate issue, but ideally they would happen at the same time.
Yeah. Yes. So their recommendation is all 3.
This is for number 1.
Yes.
Councilmember Dugan? Okay.
Can I express a preference for C within that? Like, I'm fine with any of them, but I think C is the most interesting and dynamic and responsive to things that we're seeing.
We recommended all 3 because ideally you need all 3 to be able for them all to coordinate well together. So.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Anyone have questions about what the straw poll is?
The straw poll is all 3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yes.
Okay. Thumbs up. Unanimous. Okay. Any other straw polls?
Number 4, which is a pay by space
Wait,
issue.
did we do number 3 yet?
Yeah, we haven't done number
Okay,
3.
we'll stop.
Delivery
Go to
service
3.
impacts.
Delivery service impacts. I'll take their recommendation to B.
Okay. So the straw poll is to go with recommendation B.
Yes.
Any questions? Any amendments?
It's B on number 3?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I have a different opinion. I just want to offer it up because there's so high frequency of deliveries that I worry that if we regulate it, we're going to disrupt essential deliveries. So many people, especially those that don't have access to stores or to be able to go pick up medication, rely on it. So I'm going to offer up option C. I think is significantly beneficial when I think of our aging population, especially. So.
I actually agree, especially since the people participating in some of these rideshares and delivery services are gig economy people who are not making a ton of money and not dedicating a ton of time to it either.
Could this be refocused onto the major delivery and not so much of the, when I think about the issues of delivery, I was thinking more about the big trucks that are parking everywhere. And certainly the vehicles and the people that are working on the ride-share delivery are part of the equation too. But I found in my own experience that they have been more respectful of where they're supposed to park, and they don't park in the middle of the street like the trucks do.
Yeah.
So to me, it felt like the bigger issue here is the larger companies. So I will be supporting, I would prefer that we did B, but we sort of remove the ride share.
That's a great clarification because I did expect this to talk more about the ride share, or I'm thinking you need an Amazon delivery and it's a medication and you need it within a timely manner.
So like a hybrid then between B and C, the permitting for those whom this is a career and an opportunity for just oversight for those who it's a gig economy experience for. Because my adult children who do DoorDash really, really get stressed out when they have to pick something up downtown. So if we could make it easy for them, but also hold Amazon accountable, that'd be great.
Correct, yes. We're on the same page, yes.
It's the larger companies that are going to absorb these permittings, and they're probably is less than a drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
And hopefully maybe this money, I know that maybe the money I was talking about coming back to the general fund. I will prefer if these monies will go into enforcement. So they stay within. So hopefully that we take it a little more and we actually keep some of the rules from being, we keep them accountable for that. So that would be my preference. I'm okay with that caveat. If that.
Yeah, like that would be perfect. Thank you.
So a hybrid between B and C and kind of separating delivery from the rideshare in the ordinance.
Yes.
Okay. Are you clear on that?
That's
great.
Yeah,
if you're clear on that.
Yeah,
right.
We actually debated this at length, and that's one of the top things we talked about quite a bit. So.
Okay.
Straw poll.
Well, good, because we got some more questions. So
Can I ask a clarifying question? So B would be that there's certain parts where we know that big trucks are delivering things regularly and they need a permit for those. But then there are other loading zones as well in option C that just anyone can use, even if you're just waiting to drop off a child at music lessons or whatever. But so we're creating both of those. So just to play this out in my mind, does that mean there's more spaces that become loading zones, therefore there are fewer spaces that are parking zones? Like, that's a trade-off that by choosing B and C, we're saying there are fewer parking spaces on the curb, right?
That's the result that you would get.
Okay, so I guess I would maybe think we go with C, so it's the same zone, and maybe there's some option where if it's like a Cisco truck delivering to a restaurant, maybe it's like a 5-minute or 10-minute limitation, and you can get a permit to extend that if it's like, I have a whole semi truck I need to unload. But rather than saying there's 2 separate zones on the same block face, I would prefer to consolidate those.
Well, the action item for this straw poll could be that we analyze the options that have been discussed here today, and instead of bringing code back, we bring back a more in-depth report of the pros and cons of these nuanced options.
Okay.
Where some of the other recommendations you've straw polled, we probably could just present a more full code transmittal.
So for this one, you're going to come back with more information to guide us a little better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so then I propose a straw poll that we ask you to study options B and C and come back with some more information for us to decide.
Okay, anyone understand that? Great, unanimous.
Unanimously, we don't understand that?
No, I said everyone did understand it. You didn't let me finish. That's the theme of this meeting. Okay, next.
Number 4, pay-by-space issues. Recommendation A, convert from a pay-by-space to a pay-by-plate system. This would actually increase the number of spots we can park in.
Okay.
Can we get like an interface that remembers your plate number? I hate pay by plate. I never remember my plate number.
Like an app that
Yeah,
will...
like a good interface for consumers that doesn't force you to remember your plate number.
So the app, you could take a picture of your license plate and it would text
I have
image to
9
text.
million of them and I can't find it when I scroll through.
I hear you.
So
Did he save your license plate?
I think for me, pay-by-plate is more convenient, but does pay-by-plate mean that we can't do dynamic pricing dependent on the space? Like downtown is more expensive than Sugar House or whatever.
Instead of space-based, it'd be zone-based. So you'd say, hey, this block is this price. This other block in Sugar House is this price.
Okay.
Instead of being specific spaces, it'd be that zone, and you'd see what zone you're in, and you'd know.
So I could go on the app and remember that I'm parked in this block.
Yeah.
And
There would
just
be
choose
signage
this
that
block.
would say, you're in this zone. When you
Got it,
pay,
okay.
select this zone.
And if you wanted to, you could move your vehicle in theory. So you pay for your plate for 2 hours or something. If you're within the zone, you could move within that zone from one space to another, but not to another zone
Oh, yeah, okay.
because you're not paying for the space.
I'm good with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and that's unanimous as well. Great, thank you.
Number 5 is citation structure issues. Scott, can you scroll to number 5 and 6?
This is one Councilmember Young was talking about, so it was all the above. Nope.
So I'm gonna hold mine for a separate issue because it seems to be, and I appreciate the expertise that it's kind of its own thing. So thank you though.
Okay, so since got the mic implementation schedule recommendation A, which is the update the code to address the issues identified above and develop an implementation schedule for when changes occur over the upcoming years, followed by a short citation structure issues at a later date.
No, I think I was on 5. So I was proposing A, B, and C.
Yeah, I thought you wanted to skip that one. That's what I was going to say. So citation structure issues, all 3? ABC?
Sure, yes.
Okay.
Straw poll 8, B.
What?
5.
ABC.
Okay. All right, straw poll 8. Was that clear for you guys? Okay, great.
And then 6.
And number 6?
I would then posit that you've basically already approved
Yeah.
option A for number 6 by asking all the straw polls on the previous issues. Without, the delivery service one is slightly separate because study and come back with the more in-depth, nuanced options.
Okay. What? I don't think they can
Oh, so that was the option. So implementation, option A.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
Unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Anything else on this?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Okay. Going to go now to. Yes, a large crowd has formed since you took your seats at the dais. So we are on agenda item number 9, which is advising consent for the Salt Lake City Police Chief, Brian Redd. Oh, there you are. Yeah. I told you I had this question before. Officer, director, what title do I use? Come on down. Brian, all right.
Hello, Mr. Chair and council members. Thanks for having me today.
Yeah, thank you for being here. So this is your chance to tell us about yourself and about what you hope to bring to this position, and for us to ask you questions and I guess give you our advice. So go ahead, if you want to take the time to start.
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I thank you, Mayor Mendenhall, for this opportunity to come before the council. I first want to thank a few people. I have my family behind me here who I appreciate coming and supporting me. I couldn't do it without them. Also, Executive Director Garcia from the Department of Corrections is here, who I've worked with for many years, and thank him for coming. And then I also want to thank all of the Salt Lake City Police Department officers who are here and supporting me today. Thank you. It means a lot. By way of background, I'm coming from the Department of Corrections. I've been there for the past 2 years serving as the Executive Director. It's been an honor to serve the staff of the Utah Department of Corrections and also the incarcerated individuals. Prior to that, I spent 2 years working for a financial services firm here in downtown Salt Lake City. And prior to that, I served for almost 21 years in the Department of Public Safety, from state trooper to the director of the State Bureau of Investigation, and retired in 2021. So that's a little bit about me, and excited for the opportunity to answer questions. I don't take this responsibility lightly, and I just want you to know that I'm here to serve our officers, to ensure that they're supported, that they're taken care of, that we're listening to them. I think good ideas come from the ground up, and so we want to create a culture where our officers are heard and listened to and involved in the decision-making process in the department. And then we just want to serve if we take care of them, they'll take care of the community. And they have done amazing work. I've worked side by side with many of the officers in the room here in the Salt Lake City area in the past, and look forward to continuing to have those partnerships and work together to serve the residents. The only other thing that I'll say is it's important to me that we work closely with the community, we understand the concerns, we're available, and we serve in a way that, in an empathetic and compassionate way as we police in the community. And that's the commitment that I'll make and strive for if approved.
Thank you. Okay, council members, you want to go in district order or in seating order? Oh, you're not first.
I know, but it's second.
What is being first the word?
Are you?
I mean, I've always got words, but I'm gonna think of more later. All right. So I was fortunate enough to have time with you, and so I'll put on the public record. I looked for people to say bad things about you. I wanted to know the worst. I wanted to know who questioned you, who didn't love you. And I live on the west side, where Operation Rio Grande is referred to as Operation Leaf Blower. And even with that legacy, I cannot find anyone who has said anything bad about you. So I am thrilled to start from that place. This is a more complex place than anywhere else in the state.
Absolutely.
And our home on the west side is possibly the most complex of all. My family immigrated here, and other families represented here immigrated here, not for the hope of rule of law, but for the promise of it. But rule of law means a consistent application, whether you have a home or you don't, whether you tan easily or you don't, whether you speak with an accent or you don't. I would love for you to speak a little bit to the conversation that we've already had, one that's put me at ease, but I would love for my constituents, neighbors, concerned parties to hear how you approach the difficult policing of complex communities, communities that suffer from socioeconomic distress, who are the front lines of the fentanyl crisis at the moment and will be the front lines of whatever crisis follows it. And just a little bit how you view policing. My officers, you guys know I love you, but I know someone else is gonna ask about you, okay? So we've already divvied this up, okay? But those are my two concerns, making sure that our officers feel supported and that even our most vulnerable can expect a consistent equal protection under the law.
Yeah, so I think what's important is that we espouse the values of the police department as we do our individual work, whatever role that we have. We have to live the values of the police department. They have to match the values of the community. And I think it's also important to have proximity. When you have proximity, when you get to know people or you get to know a community or an individual, that changes everything. So we have to come at the work in a compassionate and empathetic way, understanding the very difficult challenges. You know, working in the prison, a lot of those individuals have committed horrible crimes and they, rightly so, should be incarcerated. But when you look into the background of many of those individuals, many of them were also victimized, were also abused, and so there's a cycle that needs to be broken. So I think we need to police, obviously dealing with the crimes at hand, and we have to deal with the crime. We have to enforce the law, but we also need to work with the community to find the root causes and work with our partners to solve those root causes. And that takes proximity, it takes compassion and empathy, and working in a way with integrity.
One more quick one. You and I talked about this again. This is just to allow people to hear on the public record. I myself find myself in love with the concept of restorative justice. Mm-hmm. As restorative justice gets implemented in my community, we actually lead ourselves to compassion fatigue, because what restorative justice tends to look like is this traumatized person gets to re-traumatize a neighborhood repeatedly. Can you speak a little bit to how we can preserve, babies in bathwater, how we can still pursue something that is restorative and cutting edge without forcing communities to disproportionately, have 9 bikes stolen from their house at the base level, or have homeless women reporting that someone is aggressive and abusive and dangerous and not being heard? Can you speak a little bit to that?
We have to prioritize public safety and ensuring that individuals, even with all of the challenges that they have with their addictions and their mental illness and the lack of support from families, we still have to prioritize public safety first and then work with our partners in the social services system, crisis services system, to address the root causes of those things. But we have to have accountability first. We have a housing unit in the prison. It's called the Solid Program, and this is an inmate-led therapeutic community, and their key word in there is accountability. There has to be accountability. And we have to prioritize public safety first, and then we work on the restorative part.
Thank you. There's 7 of us, so I'm going to let it go, but eventually, if we have more time, I do want to talk about the dry things like budget and all that kind of stuff.
I don't appreciate being second, but I like sometimes more time to put my thoughts together. But I appreciate Councilmember Petro for her lengthy questions, because it gave me a little time. But it's good to put a face. I've seen your face online, and in the press conference, the mayor presenting your recommendation, and I'm excited to read about your background and the work that you've done at the state and through your career. I'm also excited for your knowledge and feedback, and some of the things that you mentioned already, that you are open. You will tell us what you see, and that's what we need. You join a department that is doing a great deal of good, that works, overtime, mandatory overtimes, that are working their butts off in the streets. We have a department that probably the most trained department in the state. I have no doubt that they are the best officers in the state, live within the city, or at least working within the city. You also joined a department that is the capital city of a beautiful state, and we see in our streets the symptoms of a crisis that is bigger than our city. And it's not the consequence of lack of accountability from this side, or a sinister theory that we want our streets to be unsafe. But these solutions are hard and complex, and these problems are not easy to solve. And I hope that you are able to cut through that with our mayor, to cut through that message, so we can work together to solve the problem. I don't care who takes the credit, and I hope that you join that, and I'm excited for your record in the past to see that. I would like to ask you, how do you build trust within your officers, within your department, with my neighbors that are struggling, with those in the streets, and also with those leaders that just sometimes like to point fingers? How do you build trust?
Well, I think it's going back a little bit to what I said earlier, and that's proximity and time with people, with the community, time with the officers, and really listening to those on the ground who are experiencing the issues, listening to the officers who are out there day to day doing the work. I mean, they're ground zero, and they're going to have the best view of what works and what doesn't work. And who should get the credit? The credit should go to those on the ground doing the work. It should go to the officers, the residents working with the officers, those in the social services system that go out and provide the treatment and the programming. So I think we all work together. Let's not point fingers. Let's move forward and build partnerships, because you're right. The complexity on the streets of Salt Lake City and it is not going to be solved by the Salt Lake City Police Department alone. But we are going to do our part. We are going to work hard, and I know these officers in this department that I've worked with, and they're gonna give it their all. And we just need all parts of the system, all levels of government, our district attorney's office, our jail, social services system, all doing our best. And it's not easy, but getting together and being proximate and working on the problem in a unified manner, we can make progress. It's not going to happen overnight, but I'm confident we can make progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, chair gets to go last, so just kidding. Just kidding. What I want to see in our police department is, I think, a straightforward message, but a really complicated, seemingly impossible one to deliver. And that I just want the best. I want the best training for our officers. I want us to be the best in terms of most competitive for recruiting a highly skilled and diverse police force. I want us to compensate them for the work that they do. And and I want us to train them for the most difficult situations. And so to me, having maintaining those high standards is really important. And we had a chance to talk about this in more detail. And I think in my mind, as an attorney, having the best police force also means having officers that are respecting the civil rights of the residents, respecting the civil rights of those that are being investigated. So if you could just speak to that piece and what you think that you can bring to that role, both keeping the standards high and also respecting the civil rights and liberties of all residents.
I mean, it is my responsibility as the chief to ensure that we do have the best training and resources and support, and that we have the best approach in policing. And by the way, I want to thank you as a council, because I do feel, as we've had conversations, that you do support the police department and you want to be there to provide what we need. So thank you for that. But yes, we have to, it's my responsibility ultimately to ensure that we protect the rights of our community, their right to their ability to express their concerns, First Amendment rights, and we will just come in and evaluate the training, see where we're at, see if we have enough resources going to training. And we have a young, what I understand is we have a young police department, a fairly young police department with young officers. We have that in the Department of Corrections. So we do need to spend a significant amount of time and resources training those officers, making sure our first line supervisors, our sergeants, who are critically important, who are managing the day-to-day work on the ground, making sure they have the training and resources. And then ultimately, we have to, at the top in the command staff, we have to be there to support them and monitor when there's correction that needs to be had. We need to make those corrections and make those adjustments. And we need to be transparent about what's going on and how it can improve.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up transparency, because having been through the council prior to 2020, through 2020 and after, we talked about transparency and accountability a lot. While it's the city's job and the council's job to make sure that our officers are well trained and compensated and all that, it's also our job to ask questions about the police department, about our practices, about where we've if there are instances where we've fallen short, what do we need to do as a council to make sure that that doesn't happen again? So it's not so much a question, but more a statement that we as a council need to be able to ask those questions and ask for that transparency and accountability on behalf of the residents, while at the same time understanding that we have to have the role of also supporting our police and making sure that they have the training and resources and tools that they need. And that's a difficult balance I think for us to do as well, as not, I don't think any of us have any police training. So being able to ask those questions and understand where that's coming from. And then the last thing that I want to talk about is if you want to speak to how you think that we can continue to recruit the best officers, and how do we keep them?
Well, I think, and thank you on the transparency piece, and just know that you have my phone number, and I will speak to you about be transparent with you and with the community. It's not always easy as a chief to stand up and say we made a mistake as a department, not pointing fingers at one individual officer necessarily, but we need to do better. But that's the way that I would like to move forward. But to your I'm sorry, I forgot your second question. I just wanted to get that on the record.
Like recruiting,
Recruiting,
and maintaining
yeah.
talent.
So number one, I mean, we all want to provide for our families, so competitive compensation is key to getting people in the door for sure. But it's the culture, it's that keeps people. It's good supervision that keeps people in an organization. So there are a number of things that we need to do. We need to be concerned about the wellness of our officers and our civilian staff, our dispatchers, our crime lab personnel, our evidence response team. They also are integral to the department, and we need to take care of their wellness and make sure that everyone is compensated as well as possible. And I mean, look, if we are supportive, I'm confident that people will stay at the Salt Lake City Police Department. If we take care of our officers, we're concerned for their welfare, for their families' welfare. There's an impact on families when you take a role on as a police officer. If we take care of the families and the officers, I think we'll have people stay at the Salt Lake City Police Department. This is an amazing department with a storied history where you can come and have some of the most challenging and complex policing opportunities, but also some of the most rewarding. So I'm confident that as we compensate well, we provide good benefits, we provide opportunities for development, we have good leadership in the department, we can retain those officers.
That's good to hear. You also don't have to comment on this, but I am worried about how, as a council, we're one of only a few governments in the state that did recognize the right of collective bargaining before the change in the law. And that's something that's important to me that we continue to be able to do. I'm not asking you to comment on that, but I will be curious to know if you take on this role, we're going to go right into budget season.
Right.
How do we have those conversations about making sure that we're hearing the voices of our officers, even though we can't recognize them formally as a union like we used to. And that's going to be new territory for us. So I hope you're ready for that as well.
Well, I don't know about all that, but I know we're going into budget season. But what I would say is we tried to listen intently to our officers in the Department of Corrections, and we were able to make some large financial, the legislature was able to fund them some raises that made them competitive, which was helpful, but there were a lot of little things that we were able just to do, little benefits that made all the difference as well. So I'm all with you on listening to our officers and what they feel like they need.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez-Chavez.
Thank you. Brian, thank you for taking the time, and thank you for offering yourself up to the city. I think it speaks volumes that I see some of my colleagues, friends, former coworkers in the city, and your family, of course, joining you today. So thank you for taking the time. My colleagues have covered a lot of different topics, and I just want to reiterate again that I want to hear from you how you will serve, protect, defend, and nurture the actual residents of Salt Lake City. I hear your enthusiasm for our officers, and certainly their morale and rapport is needed and dire. But I want to hear from your words. Why do you want to be the police chief for every Salt Laker?
Well, when I came to the Department of Corrections, one of the first calls I made was to the Utah Prisoner Advocate Network, because they had a stake. They represent the families of the incarcerated. So I do plan to communicate with our residents, with our businesses, be involved in the community, and I think as we lead our officers in a great way, they will do the same. I know that many of the officers are already engaged well in the community, so we want to continue to foster and support that. But I think, again, I'll go back to the word proximity, and as we are close to the residents, as we're listening to them, and we know crime has gone down, but we know there are some who maybe still don't feel safe, and we have to take that serious. And when there are quality of life issues that we might see out in the communities, encampments, open air drug dealing, public urination or defecation, all these types of things, noise complaints. I mean, we need to take those seriously as a police department and work in a combined way with the other city departments to try to resolve those issues. And so I hope that answers your question, but I do think it's important to be with the community as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think many of our residents are eager to know that they'll have a police chief that will be transparent, accountable, and responsive to their needs. Certainly, Salt Lake is a diverse place. It's complicated. Yes. I love it. It's home of the most peculiar people with the most beautiful hearts and minds. I want to hear, and you mentioned this, that you will defend their constitutional liberties. And so I'm very grateful to hear that. I want to ask you another question in regards to leveraging our PCRTs and alternative response models. What is your personal philosophies about leveraging alternative response models in modern contemporary policing?
Well, I think they're very important. We did have a conversation about some of this, but I know there are some. I know the co-responder model with our workers is very critical, and I think that kind of gets to trying to address the root cause, not just the crimes that are occurring. I know there are other civilian response for traffic crashes and different things like that. So I'm supportive of being creative and working with the community on those types of solutions and with our officers. So I think those are good. I think also the use of technology. It's adding additional officers are expensive, and I think at some point we have to look at that, right? But if we can utilize technology to make their jobs more efficient, we should utilize technology. And of course, we'll have those conversations with the community on what that looks like.
Thank you, Brian. My final statement/question to you, Brian, is as the council member of District 4, which encompasses greatly downtown, we are on the precipice of hosting the world, whether it's Sundance, the Olympics, major sports like NHL, NBA, MLB, or visitors coming from regional areas within the Wasatch Front to access our arts and entertainment spaces downtown. How will you as a police chief adapt to mass gatherings in our city?
Well, we will work with the community. Part of the reason I came is because of all the exciting things that are happening in Salt Lake City over the next number of years, and we will work to make sure that we are safe, working with our businesses, working with the community, and we have great officers in the department that will help manage the mass gatherings that are coming to our community.
Yeah, thank you. It is an exciting time, huh, Brian?
It is an exciting time
I'm
in the city.
excited.
There's no question about it.
All right, man. We might have to work together, okay?
All right, well, that's fine. You give me a call anytime you need something.
It's probably not important. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Brian, thank you for being here. Thank you for your willingness to serve Salt Lake City. I do know you have a good reputation in the community. I even when you weren't with Salt Lake City, I know some of my constituents found you as a good resource for some of their issues, some of my business constituents and things like that. So I appreciate that. And Mayor Mendenhall, thank you for this recommendation. I know you did not take this decision lightly, and you certainly thought through this, so appreciate that. I think this is a difficult, probably the most difficult job in the city. I certainly think it's probably the most political, non-elected position that...
I'm feeling it.
So and I think it's a tricky position to be in, and I'll just be completely transparent and vulnerable. Public safety has always been something that's been hard for me to know how to make decisions on, know how to serve my role as a council member in relation to those things. I was appointed in 2020. I think the reason why the council chose me at the time for that vacancy was because of my zoning and land use understanding. And then we all know what happened in 2020. Really, our focus was public safety and policing. But it was from the side of people who didn't feel like they were being fairly policed and that they didn't feel safe in the presence of police officers. So I was thrown into this very difficult position where I was being told that if I even supported the concept of having a police department, then I was racist. So from that to then my campaign in 2021, I heard from the opposite side of how people felt like I wasn't very strong on crime and that I had a difficult. So this has been a difficult situation just for me personally, but I think that highlights that there are very different feelings about policing from different sides of our community that are all important and should really feel safe in their homes, in their property, in their businesses, but also feel like the police department is there to keep them safe, whether they are a business owner or property or whether they are down on their luck and not currently housed. And anywhere in that spectrum. And I don't want you to necessarily at this point talk about how you're going to accomplish that, but would you as the police chief be able to interface with those people who have those different views and hold both of those lived experiences in the same hand?
Well, I mean, I had some of those experiences in 2020. And that was one of the responsibilities I had in the Department of Public Safety, was to bring together police chiefs and sheriffs and, people who didn't necessarily like the police at all, and try to build bridges and get understanding. But I guess what I would say to it, because you're right, I can't say how we're going to solve that all in one day. But what I would say is it's one interaction at a time. It's one positive interaction at a time. And, when you have the number of police officers in the Salt Lake City Department, it's our responsibility to work with our officers to develop the values of the department, and then one interaction at a time, police in that way. And look, policing is dangerous. Our officers are put at risk every day. And so it's a tough balance. But I think just working together and policing with good values and having one good interaction at a time, and those build up over time.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and I'll just say, one thing, again, I don't know that, I certainly don't have the answer to this, but I just hope that as you take this role, you'll remember that regardless of where anyone is on that spectrum, they're someone that we're trying to protect and have them trust both our government and our policing. But thank you for being willing to do this. I'm excited for this new era of the Salt Lake Police Department that you'll help.
Thank you for the advice and the insight. I appreciate it.
Dugan.
Number 6. So thank you, Brian, and thank you also for the conversation Councilman Wharton and I had with you the other day. It was very insightful, and I really appreciate the depth that you bring to the position. I think most of the council members so far have kind of touched on some of the questions and issues I had, but I want to go back to you talked about training for a little bit, and training on some of the physical stuff is pretty cut and dry. You either make it or you don't make it. It's pretty clear. But it's the soft skills that are the hard ones to train on, and also to embed in someone's brain, and also to make sure that they actually have those in their core themselves. And we talked about the core values and the culture. And those are the soft skills that we not only need to train for the new hires, but the old goats, because sometimes those are the most difficult to not to adjust, but they make sure that those core values are coming from the leadership, and that culture is coming from the leadership down, and so this is kind of like a question, and also the advice, and I think we kind of touched on this earlier, was that with the pressure's always to increase the force to a full capacity. There's sometimes a pressure to hire just for numbers' sake. And so my point is, and that we talked about this, don't lower the standards. There's the basic standards are the physical side of the house, but the soft side of the house, we can't lower standards on the culture, we can't lower standards on the core values, because if we do that, that's just a bad recipe for disaster later on. So I just urge you to make sure that from the leadership down, we're strong on those core values and that culture, and it's clear to everybody, and we're training that every day along with the rest of that, because it goes back to the idea of the civilian response teams, the chat teams, all that brings us back to the community really feeling like the police are there for them, for their community, and that they bring that confidence in them because those soft skills of the core values are there. So more of I guess you can respond to that, but that's more of a piece of advice question.
I would just say thank you and good advice, and I appreciate it.
Councilmember Young.
All right, I'm number 7. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. And I want to honor the fact that you come with an incredible resume in terms of your ability to be able to come into a new system, maybe not a system that's your, direct full, professional experience, but to come in and to develop relationships and to help address not just needs, but also amplify areas of success. And that's one of the things that I wanted to ask you. So I appreciate you are still very new to meeting everyone, but I would love to hear if you've identified any existing areas of success that are happening right now in Salt Lake City Police that you want to make sure we maintain and amplify.
Well, I know when I observe, the officers are working very hard in the department to meet all of the demands in responding to the crime that occurs, in trying to address the quality of life issues, and they are very dedicated. And so I think they are some of the best trained. I think they do have a deep bench, and so I want to continue to support that. I know there are willing people in the department that want to make a difference, and so I think that's our greatest strength.
Thank you for sharing that. One of the things that I've been most impressed by in the short time that I've had the opportunity to know you hasn't actually been anything that you've said. It has been the way you have acted. And I'll give one example. I was with Councilmember Petro when we had an opportunity to chat with you on Friday of last week. As I was exiting the building, I had the absolute pleasure of walking by the desk and watching you taking the time to introduce yourself and to meet all of our officers. And as I was eavesdropping, as I do walking by the desk, I really appreciated hearing you say, I really want to know what's working and what's not. And you being open to listening to the responses. I know that's not the first time you've done that. You did that when you came home from the airport from a recent presentation. I've watched you do it other places as well. And to me, that gives me confidence in you as a leader, that it's not just being able to talk the talk like you have today, but that you walk that walk. And that is what I think is very inspiring as we move forward. I want to give you the opportunity to respond to one other aspect that I know we've talked about and you've touched on here today, but just to give it a direct answer. As we think about our police officers, I know one of the lenses they use in terms of the camaraderie that they build is, would I take this person with me into a gunfight? Mm-hmm. And that because your amazing professional history has been in other areas of law enforcement, that, there can sometimes be some concern that you haven't had those direct experiences that many of our police officers do every day. Mm-hmm. How are you going to bridge that gap so that they want to take you with them into a gunfight?
Yeah. Well, first of all, my respect to the officers, whether they've been here 3 months in Salt Lake City or 30 years in Salt Lake City, doing the work here on these streets. And I won't say that I understand every aspect of what they do. And so part of what I need to do is come in and listen. I've always tried to be a leader that's been there and available when tough things are happening, whether it's standing on the steps of the Capitol during the protests in 2020 or in the mountains of the marijuana gardens, going after those in the cartels. But look, I'm not going to sit here, and I haven't been a beat cop for 30 years on the street. That hasn't been my role. And so going to respect what they're doing, and I will earn their trust over time, I hope, and I hope they'll give me a chance if there's skeptics.
Thank you.
You bet.
From what I have seen, you're already on your path. there.
Yeah.
And I hope you continue to do those actions and being able to connect with our officers, because that's what allows you to come to us as council and say, these are the resources we need to be able to make sure we're the number one in terms of not just being able to have the best public safety, but to provide the compensation that's necessary regardless of state actions when it may come to unions. I know that as having sat with these individuals before, our commitment to keeping our police officers at the top of the list is consistent. And we rely on you to be able to speak for those needs so that we can come to you with the resources necessary to make it happen. My last comment actually goes to your family. I am so grateful that each of you are here today, not just to support Brian, but also because you become part of our family here too. The job he takes on is not something that is easy, as I'm sure you've heard today. And I am grateful that you are willing to share him with us as a city and as a community. I'm committed to making sure we take good care of him. And thank you for the sacrifice you make in regards to supporting him in this role.
All right. Any other thoughts? Anything else? Any other parting words you'd like for?
I think I've said enough, but I just want to say thank you again to you all on the council, and again to Mayor Mendenhall, and I'll serve my best if approved.
Well, thank you. So we will put your name on the agenda for tonight to for an up or down vote for consent, and you are welcome to be there. But we also do not require you to be there.
Okay.
So I like to say you need not be present to win. But of
That's
course,
unusual.
Right? Yeah, I know. It's special. So, but of course, we'd love to have you, and anybody that the public too is welcome. So, yeah, that'll be at 7:00 tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you to your family for being here as well. Okay. All right. Well, I was told by one council member that they were going to be right back, and so I'm trying to slowly fill the time until that person returns. I think I'm just going to move forward. Okay. Yes, we have our next advice and consent is for Kim Shelley for the position of Director of Public Lands. Welcome.
Thank you.
Glad to have you here as well. As I said before, this is your time to tell us a little bit about yourself, what you think that you can bring to this position in this department, and for us to ask you some questions about that. So if you want to start us off, please go ahead.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd like to say I have quite the skill of clearing the room. So really appreciate the opportunity to be here for Brian's advice and consent, and thank you for the opportunity to be here as well. I would like to thank Mayor Mendenhall and her team for the opportunity. They have been incredibly supportive and welcoming, and I really appreciate this opportunity. I'd also like to recognize and thank the dedicated leaders of the Public Lands Department, the Deputy Directors Tyler Murdoch and Carmen Bailey have done amazing work and have taken on additional duties, including Tyler serving as the acting director that allows the important work of the department to continue while this position is being filled. So a little bit about me. I'm a proud, lifelong Salt Laker. My roots run deep here in Salt Lake City. I've spent my early years in District 2. I grew up just out a few blocks outside of the 9-line bike park now. Educated in the public schools in the district, attended the University of Utah, graduated with a degree in metallurgical engineering, and then my husband and I settled in District 6. So we've been there for about 30 years, raised our family there. We have 2 children, my husband Jeff and I. They're Ben and Madeline. They're listening online. My family couldn't be here today, but just want to give them a shout out and thanks for their unwavering support and their love. So professionally, my career has been shaped by a passion for environmental stewardship and public service. And that is demonstrated by my work at the Department of Environmental Quality, where I have worked for 21 years. I began as an entry-level staff scientist. 21 years later, give or take, I was appointed in 2020 as the executive director of the department. That was a position that I held until last Friday. So I'm incredibly proud of the work that's done by the department, incredibly proud of those public servants that provide so much value for the state. I'm looking forward to bringing my leadership and my skills learned in that role to the Department of Public Lands. I look forward to working alongside the incredible Salt Lake City team. I've been so impressed with the level of expertise and professionalism with those that I've had an opportunity to interact with. And I'm looking forward to engaging with the community, building on the department's great work and their mission, I guess, and vision to enhance and protect the public spaces that make our city so special. So with that, I would happy to answer any additional questions or take any additional advice.
All right. Okay.
Oh, I love it.
Fine.
Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah, we'll go. All right, starting with number 7.
I am so excited you're here. I really think this is one of those moments where when you were announced, I thought to myself, good job, Mayor. Like, way to go. Like, sometimes the, state may make things difficult for us, but like, let's go steal the best people from the state. And you are just at the top of the list. And so we are excited to have you in terms of both your leadership and your skills and expertise. My question for you is, obviously you have led out on a lot of initiatives, different programs, and I'm curious how that expertise at the state you see translating here to benefit the work you're going to do for public lands.
Oh, thank you for that question. So the Department of Environmental Quality is a complex organization, and as I've had an opportunity just to do a superficial dive into the Department of Public Lands, it's equally as complex. So my ability to navigate a complex budget, programs that are often misunderstood and need a really careful and thoughtful approach to communicating their value to those that we serve. Definitely those are skills that I would look forward to bringing to the department. I think there's a lot of crossover, and I can't wait to get started.
Excellent. Well, I'm excited, as I stated at the start, to have you, and especially your lens and attention to the environment. I think that is something that resonates across Salt Lake City in terms of all of our residents want to see, whether it's water conservation to protect the Great Salt Lake, the attention and care to our parks, our trails, our open spaces. And so having you with that lens of having looked at it statewide and bringing that experience here is to the benefit of the city. So as I offered to our previous advise and consent, I also want to thank your family. This is a big job that you're taking, and we appreciate them supporting you and bringing that expertise to Salt Lake. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Dan Dugan.
Dan Dugan, number 6. Gotcha. Kim, it was a pleasure to meet you and have the conversation the other day. And, it started out to be a half hour, and it was like an hour and 15 minutes later we were done. And then we kind of had to push the table away and say, hey, we got to go for the rest of the day. So I appreciate the long conversation and the in-depth that we went in there. And I appreciate also coming to the capital city and taking on this role. I think it's wonderful to have you. And, the public lands, every district has parks. Every district has desires. And, since 2020, we've all seen they're loved to death. And so we have a lot of challenges ahead of us. And part of that challenge is also the transparency and the trust we need to build with the outreach of the communities on what we are doing next, how we're prioritizing that. And can you kind of touch on how you vision that those first, the first 100 days in office here, going forward on telling people who you are and how you want to see this direction going to protect and enhance our parks?
Absolutely. So definitely, I think one advantage is I come in with a fresh set of perspective, fresh eyes, where I can look at things through a different lens. And so I'm looking forward to meeting with people, meeting with staff, meeting with community members to hear their concerns. That's definitely number one on my priority list is to listen, and then take that information back and see how we can turn it into something that's actionable. Either if the department is already moving in that direction and we can amplify it, or if there's a new or a different way we should be doing things. I think one thing that I have heard in talking to some of my neighbors in District 6 and other constituents is just the importance of doing what you say you're going to do, and that's something that I've done very well over my career at DEQ, building that trust and credibility with folks, and I look forward to doing that in the first 100 days of my role.
Thank you very much, because I appreciate that, because we have a lot of strong opinions and we love our parks, and I think I look forward to working with you, and I think that the staff does too, so love it. Great to have you.
Guess it's my turn, Darren Mono, District 5. Thank you so much for being willing to serve our city. I think this is a really interesting and important department for a lot of reasons, and obviously you bring a wealth of experience with environmental aspects, and this certainly is the department that is the steward of a lot of the public lands and the spaces that help clean our air, and it has also been the subject of a lot of concerns about the way things have happened or been built or been constructed that might be affecting the environment. So I'm excited for the experience that you're bringing to the role in those things. It's also one of the most exciting departments for me because it's a design department. We have a lot of money that we have funded for new projects for parks and public spaces that will not only create environmental benefits for our city and our earth, but also create quality of life benefits for our residents and places to recreate, places to play, wayfinding elements, things that are, I think, some of the more fun things that we do as a city is creating these beautiful public spaces and plazas. And so I guess my question for you is, how do you feel prepared to take on that role of, in many ways, directing some of the biggest design projects within our city, and how will you approach that?
So I'm really excited about that. It seems to be an opportunity that hasn't come along with the Go Bond and other opportunities that are in front of the department to really shift the how the parks are managed, how the new infrastructure, things that Salt Lakers value. So as I did with the Department of Environmental Quality, when we had just a huge influx, hundreds of millions of dollars of federal money coming into the state, we looked for ways where it didn't just benefit one community. We looked for opportunities to spread it out across the state and benefit the most. So for me, that would be the one thing I would look at. Are we being equitable? Are we also being good stewards of the public dollars that we've been entrusted with? So I would always prioritize those. But I'm really excited about the planning phase, and I know that we have a fantastic planning team I'm looking forward to getting to know.
I appreciate that. Well, I guess I appreciate that answer, and I guess what I'll say is, in terms of what I hope that a lens that you'll use in some of those is that I think the dollars that we put into the public lands department for improvements to public spaces, it's the right department for those dollars to go into, but I think the goal for those dollars goes beyond just the environment and public lands. It's economic growth and trying to attract new residents and so there's like just helping people live healthy lifestyles that might not have the funds to pay for a gym and things like that. So it goes beyond what I think is the strict purview of public lands department and the environment itself, but so I would encourage you to think through those other aspects of what we want those dollars to do that I think traditionally the director of a public lands department might not think about how many new businesses are opening in adjacent to parks, but those are really important functions of those dollars. And so I think beyond the department and how the money that we've entrusted with you and the resources we've entrusted with your department can help every aspect of the city. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for that.
Awesome.
Chavez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kim, for offering up your services and abilities to our city. And again, thank you to your family. I'm sure they're listening or will listen at some point. Yeah. I think it's very exciting. You have one of the greatest opportunities to shape our city's physically built environment, just as some of my colleagues have echoed and mentioned. I want to focus a little bit on some of the opportunities that I see, and I want to hear your philosophies on how we can overcome and shape these hurdles. It's to no one's surprise, we've seen in the news, whether it's District 4 and our own residents sharing concerns about the giant sequoia trees being underwatered, especially in this drought, or the accidental and systemic challenges that we see within the department that led to the poisoning of 200 trees on the west side. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how we can overcome these operational challenges within the department.
Well, thank you for that. Definitely, climate change and others are going to be something that the department needs to be forward-looking on, and we need to the extent that we can, anticipate areas where we can provide additional resources, either staffing, expertise, or funding to kind of harden some of our natural scapes and especially our urban forestry. Those trees are so meaningful for Salt Lakers. They not only shade and cool our environment, but they also, a lot of people have memories associated with those trees. I would definitely be forward-looking on the climate space and be as proactive as we can be. I would also want to ensure that we have the right processes in place so that we can be protective and also are prioritizing the things that matter most to the administration and to the council.
Great. I just want to emphasize again, I think a lot of these challenges come down to operational capacity. And I'd love during budget season, as we enter these discussions, to hear more about how we can expand capacity to reach a basic level of service. One of the things that we see challenges are just overcoming basic maintenance or achieving those levels of services.
That's right.
I myself experience, I'm a neighbor in East Central, it's where I live. Our medians are part of the grid of public spaces and they're often ignored. What I see is spaces all across, whether it's a trail, a median, a park, Jordan River, you name it. These are spaces that are expansive, that elevate the quality of life and the enrichment of living in Salt Lake. So I'd love to hear your perspective on climate change. I'd challenge us as a city cohort to look at operationally what does maintenance look like. we have cities like South Jordan that are advancing with autonomous, not autonomous vehicles, but autonomous lawnmowers, quite frankly, to achieve some of those levels of services. And I believe every Salt Laker deserves that quality of enrichment. So thank you for the opportunity. My final question to you is, how do you perceive private-public partnerships, knowing that we have designated lots of fundings through GeoBond and also through our general funds process to our parks that still need maintenance, still need subsidy? How can we leverage a private-public partnership to overcome some of these deficit challenges in our budget?
Well, thank you for that question. I think there's definitely a lot of opportunities in the public-private partnership space. These are difficult issues that don't always fall just to the government to solve. There's opportunities to leverage with our private entities that can bring a lot of value. So I am 100% supportive of them. I would fully support the department investigating them and bringing back those opportunities for further discussion.
I love that you said that, because we are in dire need, and so I can't wait to call you, Kim.
Awesome. Look forward to it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. District 3, Chris Wharton. To start where Councilmember Lopez Chavez began, you're probably going to hear from me a lot too.
Love it.
Because everybody loves parks. That's one of the most fun and most engaging things for us to talk about as council members. It's a point of pride, I think, for a lot of us, our parks. And so I think that it's been really easy for every single one of us probably every council member that's sat up here at some point to get really into all of the new plans and the new designs and the shiny pictures and all of the excitement of doing new things. It's so easy to forget about the basics, the nuts and bolts, the poop, everything that is the not so exciting part of parks and public lands. So I feel like something that we really need to be focusing on is a long-term comprehensive maintenance plan for our parks and trails, and that's something that I'm going to be harping on a lot, and also making sure that our operations are such that we have a consistent level of service among all of our parks, regardless of whether they're in the wealthy neighborhoods or the not as wealthy neighborhoods, or whether they're on this side of the city or that side of the city. We need to have a consistent baseline of service that all of our residents can enjoy. And then so I don't know if you don't necessarily need to speak to that. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the stewardship. You mentioned stewardship of public dollars, but coming to us from the state's Office of Environmental Quality, what skills do you think are the most transferable from that role to this role? And stewardship in particular is what has me thinking about this question.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. There's quite a few. When I think about the financial skills that I developed, the fiscal responsibility at the department, we had about $100 million budget during my tenure, 4 years. We brought in also the largest environmental grant to benefit District 1 in the Inland Port. And so I'm always looking for additional dollars, but also, do we have the staff in place? Do we have capacity? So those types of skills where you're thinking strategically and looking out for the interest of those that you serve. So that is definitely something that would come over. Most of my career was spent in the Division of Water Quality, working in wastewater, which is one of the most unglamorous things in the world. No offense to Laura Briefer behind me. It is so important important. So yeah, the things that are just critical to the department being effective, and as you mentioned, providing those level of services are critical. So I want to make sure that we have that dialed in. Are we meeting our baseline expectations before we take on any new large shiny objects, to use your words? I do think that's important because we owe it to Salt Lakers, and there's a lot of pride, that was mentioned earlier, a lot of pride in our parks and open spaces, and frankly, that's one of the reasons why my husband and I have stayed here, because it's just such a fantastic and vibrant place. We want to make sure that we are not limiting that experience for Salt Lakers and the visitors here.
Great. What about stewardship of our lands, environmental stewardship?
Yeah.
I know that's kind of on the state level is probably more in DNR, but can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. So in the department, we did a lot of projects that led to redevelopment. So I'm just thinking of the tiny home village where we worked closely with the city to allow for homes and other businesses to be constructed on land that was formerly brownfields or just not usable. So I think there's a lot of crossover, but I do think there are opportunities when we look at our water, when we look at our invasive species, when we look at how stormwater that is coming through some of the assets that this department oversees. There's an opportunity there to make sure that we are being good stewards, not only for Salt Lakers today, but for future generations. So I do think there's a lot of crossover, and that I do have I always prioritize our environmental health, but I have been effective in balancing that with other interests that also rise to the level of consideration.
All right. Well, thank you. I just, in closing, want to emphasize, what you brought up about pride, and just the parks are in so many ways the people's most common and direct connection to the city, and I really feel like people use the status of our parks as a barometer to judge us as elected leaders about how we're doing and how the city is running in general. And so I think it's so important that our parks are delivering a consistently positive and user experience to our residents and to our visitors. And I have every confidence that you'll be able to help us do that. Even though I'll be calling you a lot with a lot of feedback, that I think I said this too in our small group meeting, that your success in this role is our success. And so anything that we can do as a council to support you in this role and to make sure that to make you shine so that our parks can shine, I think that I speak for all of us when we say that we're ready to do that.
Thank you. Well, Councilmember, thank you for that. And I don't take this responsibility lightly. So I look forward to your feedback.
Thank you.
That. Yep.
Councilmember Hui.
Yeah, thank you. I because there is a historical context and and everything, and especially in a city like this old, I just wanted to highlight that. Something that you probably know, that parts of our city have been underserved for decades, and it is, a decision that the administration and this council have made over the years to make amends in some of those mistakes that we made over the decades, to invest in communities like mine, and to make a statement about how much we care about these spaces and about the people that live there. But because of that, the expectations are high. Our city, voted, our residents voted for, an additional tax increase, if you wish, to fund, better parks and a significant investment on the west side. The expectations are high. And how do we meet those expectations, and how do we make sure that we don't disappoint, is my point. And I just want to make sure that it is important that we communicate and we inform and we help our neighbors see the vision, but also we deliver on that vision. And I feel like sometimes that's the disconnect. And I would like your thoughts on how do we prevent some of those missed expectations that some of our neighbors might have, and how do we correct if something happens and the budget wasn't adequate? How do we communicate to the neighbors about what happened and why it needs to be smaller or different or cheaper?
Sure, those are all great questions. I think I'll start with what I view is being trust, not only with you all, but with those that you represent and serve. Again, as I mentioned early on, doing what I say I'm going to do, being transparent in my communication and building that trust with you all so that credibility is through and through myself and the department, so that when we bring an issue to you or have maybe a change order or something that happens that is unexpected, you have the trust that the department has done everything that we can to mitigate that and minimize it, and that we will also communicate that carefully and transparently to those that are impacted. I think that's the biggest thing, is communication. Coming from an agency where we're mostly scientists and engineers, and as an engineer, I feel like I can say this, we're not always the best communicators, and so I had the opportunity to work with a lot of the staff there to help them understand it's not just that you say it, but it's how you say it that matters, and how can we get to yes with certain folks that have expectations, and if we can't meet them, then we need to sit down and find an opportunity to find ways to find common ground and get to where all folks are comfortable. So I'm confident that I'll bring those skills to this role, and I really look forward to working with you in your district.
Save the best for last. And root cause has a much different meaning in this one than it did in the last one. So you and I had a lovely chance to speak, and I've gotten to work with you through the work at the port. So your ability to think through problems, to make cases even to unlikely stakeholders, to value core values deeply, I'm completely sold, and I'm glad we're in such good hands. For me, this is a department that was formed not long before I got here. And I think everyone got in the trenches and tucked and rolled and did all the storming that you have to do when something's new, and they formed something. And now we need to norm it. Mm-hmm. And so I'm looking for, even more than someone who can identify what kind of tree that is, although knowing the difference between the herbicide and the fertilizer is going to be important. Even more than that, I'm looking for someone who can project manage, someone who understands strategy and matches resources to that strategy, instead of hoping that an overabundance of resources will breed a strategy. I don't think that's what the intention of anyone has been, but I think when something's new and you're kind of figuring out how to be different than what you came from and take on your own role, that's what's happened. And I think as we're pivoting leadership here, that's now the opportunity that we have, right, to set strategy and be strategic. I think it's the only way. I've already said this. I'm tired of Hunger Games between the districts. I don't want righting the historic wrongs of redlining to mean that people on other sides of the city can't expect a caliber of service that their parks deserve. So can you speak to how you approach problem solving and large scale issues like this through a strategic lens, through a project management lens, through an empowering your incredibly skilled staff, because Tyler's one of my favorite, how that works, those sorts of things?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And I really appreciate our opportunity to work on the inland port grants and the other areas in your district. It's been rewarding, and I learned a lot. So thank you for that. I'm going to give another shout out to Tyler. I'm so looking forward to working with him. And I know that Tyler is a representative of a number of professionals within the department that want to support the city and want to support the parks. And so I know I have a strong team who are willing to do the the hard things. One thing, just to get to your earlier point, as someone who led an agency for 4 years, I was the deputy director 2 years prior to that, who had some really challenging issues. I did have a lot of success in bringing different people to the table with different perspectives, and frankly, that improved the outcomes for the state. And I'm confident that I will bring that same collaborative approach to the city, and we will have the same positive outcomes for the city parks and our open spaces as well. So looking forward to being the collaborative leader. I know that there will also be some hard decisions that will need to be made, and I don't shy away from those. There are opportunities there as you're making a hard decision to explain the why and the direction. And as an engineer, again, I do like structure, and I like the project management piece is something that I have worked through my time at the department as well, and leading out on those large scale infrastructure projects to completion. And so I think there are a lot of examples that I could bring. I am not impulsive. I am definitely a planner, and so I do like to make sure that we are thinking 10 steps ahead before large commitments are made. So I look forward to operating that same mode at the department as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay, you probably heard what I said before, but we will be placing your name on the agenda at tonight's meeting for consent vote. And you need not be present to win, but we'd love to have you there if you're able to join us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on to item number 11. This is the board appointment for Parks, Natural Lands, Urban Forestry, and Trails Advisory Board. And the applicant is James Alfandre, who will join us virtually.
Mr. Chair, just for the sake of those who are here for this, we are not about to grill you in the way we did the two previous candidates. So there are no questions coming from council members aside from just to introduce yourself and tell us why you're excited to volunteer your time with the city. Just to clarify.
I mean, speak for yourself.
I don't know. I think some of us want to grill him.
No, that's correct. That is. We appreciate those that volunteer their time. We appreciate those that volunteer their time to serve in our city. So we have right now the board appointment for James Alfandre. Are you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Will you tell us a little bit about yourself and what do you want to serve on this board?
Yes, of course. And bring on all the questions. I'm ready for them. I brief background. I live in District 6. A father raising a young family here. My professional history and personal passion is firmly rooted in the notion that the built environment has a drastic impact on quality of life and all of our quality of lives, and parks and trails are a critical part of the built environment. And although I do love what the city has done lately with the Parley's Point Trail and the 9 Line and the 9 Line Bike Park and the Green Loop, there's so many more opportunities we can take advantage of. And so I look at it through two lenses. As a father, we constantly are leaving Salt Lake City with my family to teach my kids how to mountain bike in Park City and in Draper and in Farmington. Our kids' high school teams in the city are some of the least attended teams because our kids in the city just don't have the access like other kids do to mountain biking and other things, just parks, updated rec centers. We're always leaving the city to go find these updated amenities in other places in the valley when we should have them here. So as a father, as a smart growth enthusiast, the secret's out on Salt Lake. We're the fastest growing state. Our city is growing rapidly. Housing is getting is getting very expensive. Families are leaving the city. A great way to offset growth is to provide amenities for people, more amenities, better parks, better trails. And, we're going to have to learn to live in more compact spaces. We're going to have to figure out how we handle all this growth. And if it's just growth with no other amenities that come with it, that's going to be a hard sell, and it's going to be a really hard way to grow gracefully. Parks and trails are a huge part of increasing quality of life, mental health. I mean, you all know this is something I'm very passionate about. So I just, I'm here coaching. I couldn't be there in person because I'm coaching my kids' lacrosse team for Highland. Otherwise I'd be there in person. So forgive me. This is something. Actually, I was talking to Mayor Mendenhall about some big ideas that I had, and she just said you should apply for the peanut board, which I didn't know really what that was at the time. So it was kind of fortuitous. I looked it up, and this is something I'm very passionate about for the reasons I said. And I know that if we really lean into our opportunities that we have, our proximity to the foothills, to the mountains, the Jordan River, the parks, we're going to set our city up for success in the future. And I'm really passionate and believe that firmly.
Thank you. Councilmember?
James, this is Councilmember Dugan. Thanks for the engagement, and thanks for joining the peanut board. I look forward to your work with the peanut board, and look forward to the work on the parks and the trails network. And I love your passion there. And ground balls win games, so remember that for the lacrosse field. All right. Thanks a lot.
Dan.
Have a great day.
James, as you probably heard, you're going to be placed on the consent agenda in tonight's formal meeting. You don't have to be present to win. We'll let you know. Thank you for applying for this board.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Moving on to item 12, another board appointment. This is for also the Peanut Board, Parks, Natural Lands, Urban Forestry, and Trails Advisory Board. And at the table will sit Eric McGill. And Eric, welcome. And can you tell us a little bit about you and why you're interested on this board?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm a lifelong Salt Lake City resident, grew up on Kensington Avenue in District 6, and I discovered there was an even better district, and I spent 20 years in District 7, just off 13th East, and love the city and our open spaces. It's interesting. I look forward to working with James, and on the heels of starting with the new director here, and Tyler. Everybody has been excellent, not just in this engagement for the Peanut Board, but in all my sort of community involvement over the years. But James talked a lot about how, and parks are so dynamic, that he talked about the built environment of parks, and I see myself a little more of an advocate of the natural spaces of parks and the biodiversity of plants and animals that they support. I mean, our residents, our uses are really the primary function, but I look forward to being involved in those ways. And I have to say, Congresswoman, maybe I'm your spirit animal, because you mentioned a few things with Director Shelley. Being a steward of one thing I'm really passionate about as a taxpayer is how we're going to maintain and keep these spaces looking good. I don't have a median that the city maintains, but a shoulder of 13th East, one of these sort of awkward, they're not really park spaces, they're not used for other things, but it falls under jurisdiction of parks. So that's a passion of mine, or an interest of mine, is how we can sort of maximize these odd spaces. Really, yeah, just look forward to serving. I have some big shoes to fill. The gal Samantha Finch, who was our representative, was a great conduit between the community and the parks. So I'm hoping to be that same sort of person who can take all this information from the city and funnel it back to our community, and then vice versa. So appreciate you having me, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
And grill me. It might be a little greasy, but put me on the grill. Come on.
So I am so excited to have you in this role, Eric. And I don't have a question, but I do have a reflection just to help my colleagues understand like why I'm so excited for you and to highlight that you do have a different lens to our parks than sometimes I think a lot of the individuals who interact in this space do. So I had a chance to get to know Eric related to him serving on the Post Committee for Sugar House Community Council, and an incredible advocate, very active in terms of providing both expertise. So one of the earliest things that we had a conversation about in Post was about some of the needs and challenges of Fairmont Park. And so we were looking at how do we take available resources to create a more safe environment to address some of those concerns. So we were looking at what does it mean for better lighting and for, you know, some of those different aspects that we associate with safety. And it was Eric who stopped me and said, but Sarah, if you install all of those lights, it's going to disrupt our migratory birds. And I was like, goodness, I am an 8th grade science teacher. How did I not consider that? Because I was so quick to want to arrive at a solution to address this need. And you made me pause and said, wait a second. Let's talk about what that means for the ecosystem. And I have always appreciated that you bring that voice in terms of how we're keeping our lands natural to the conversations that we have. So you bring that voice, you shout it loud, you shout it proud in all of these opportunities because we need that here in the city. And I'm super excited to have you.
Thank you so much for being here. As you probably heard already, you don't have to be present to be appointed. The formal meeting starts at 7 p.m. Thank you for your willingness to serve in our city.
Thank you for all your service. These are long meetings, so I have always gained respect. And you're like YouTube stars to me. Seeing you in person is like, I need, you know, like you only lived on YouTube. Thank you so much.
Moving on to item 13, another board appointment for the Planning Commission this time. Richard Leverett coming into the table. Richard, thank you for joining us. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself for those that don't know you, and why do you want to serve on the Planning Commission?
Good evening. My name is Richard Leverett. I've been a resident of Salt Lake City for, this is 3 years and 3 months now. Originally from Gary, Indiana. I'm a lawyer here, just sworn into the bar, but I've been a lawyer in Indiana for about 15 years. Former city attorney back in Indiana. I was a lobbyist for AT&T working on zoning and land use issues before I moved to Salt Lake, and that was the job I had when I came here. I've been a lifelong lover of cities, right? And so my love of like zoning and land use came out of that and learning about the law and how I kind of grew up in the system, right? And so in my time in the city of Gary, a little over a decade ago, we worked on rezoning a city, rebuilding our business application process and a bunch of things like that. And I got really heavily involved in the day-to-day aspects of how a city processes new businesses and new buildings. And that sort of led to this life I have where I constantly stay civically engaged, right? And so I'm not a lobbyist anymore. I work in just civil litigation and trying to find a way to sort of hone in that passion. For the last 2 years, I've taught at the School of City and Metropolitan Planning with a former employee here, Ashley Cleveland. We've taught a class in that department for the last 2 years. I'm gonna be teaching this fall again. But this is just a way to sort of connect for me and connect my passions. So thank you all for having me, and thanks for pushing me this far to the mayor's office.
Mr. Chair, Richard Leverett, why did you move out of District 4?
You know, I didn't know I moved out of District 4 until I looked up the address. It was just like 2 blocks away.
I got beef.
I did not know.
No, I appreciate you for wanting to be in this position. I think this is one of the commissions that is most quintessential to the growth and the expansiveness of what we experience in Salt Lake. I'm really excited. I've gotten the chance to look at your different recordings on your Black Metropolitan City Planning class that you teach, and it's been really fascinating to look at how an urban city can evolve with these different lenses and experiences. Your predecessor actually is Puerto Rican, Borinquense, and they also highlighted the need for us to consider the lived experience and the third spaces we're building for all peoples that choose to make Salt Lake City their home. So I'm really excited that you bring the lens as somebody that served in another city and another metropolitan area, but also as somebody that's become and adopted Salt Lake City as their home. So thank you, Richard. And District 4 misses you. We'd like you back. So whenever you're ready, just let me know.
I'm just across the street. Just across the street, I'm sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Richard, for your service to our community. I am excited to have you join a board. Today was an interesting day, not only because we had the recommendation from the administration for a new police chief, which is a huge appointment, and for a new director for public lands, but we also have citizens like you that care about our city and want to give input and make a difference. And our city probably, and I don't think I need to be fact-checked on this, but we have probably dozens and dozens, more than any other city in the state, of people like you that care about this place, that shape the policies that we implement. So thank you for your service, Richard. You know how to be present to be appointed. You're going to be placed in the consent agenda tonight at 7. We love your presence, but thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
Moving on right now.
I wrote a speech, you know.
Moving on right now, we're going to going through item 14. There is no chair right now, so there is no report from the chair, and there is no report from the vice chair. There is no announcements on number 15, and there is not a closed session. So this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.